Our Flood Operations Center managers are working with our local, state, and federal partners on a plan to be ready for these debris flow hazards. Our team is making several flood preparedness adjustments, if you will, and we're very accustomed to adjusting to changing conditions. So we will remain nimble and be on the ready for when things change. And some of the activities we're currently working on, we're working to identify communities or critical flood infrastructure that's downhill or downstream of burn scar areas that would benefit from pre-positioned flood fight materials. As you know, we have a number of containers stockpiled throughout the state as well as in the Delta. So we're preparing to pre-position or deploy some of these flood fight materials when advantageous locations are identified as the fires as the fires go out and the watershed teams do assessments. We'll be looking at where might we be able to pre-deploy some of these flood fight containers. We currently have 56 or more flood fight containers loaded and ready to move, and we may have more available after that. We also have personal protective equipment, PPE, ready for staff that may be deployed for some of these post-fire watershed assessment teams. Another important thing is we're working to identify some of the hydrometeorological gauge stations. I know that's a mouthful, but it's essentially our weather stations where we collect rainfall data, wind, pressure, humidity, temperature, the snow depth, et cetera. So we call them hydromet gauge stations that have been impacted by the fires. We'll be assessing the need to relocate what we call deployable gauge systems. So these are systems that we can move around as the need arises and continue to sustain our real-time data collection and inputs that are used in our forecasting models. We're also assessing the ability to use additional equipment that we have on hand to assemble a few more gauges so that they're ready for deployment if needed in some of these burn areas. Finally, we're working with one of our key partners, the California Nevada River Forecast Center, to evaluate the need to recalibrate some of our basin runoff models for some of these impacted watersheds. So that covers the flood after fire preparedness. If we can go to the next slide. So for California Flood Preparedness Week, continuing the flood preparedness theme, next month, DWR will be participating in California Flood Preparedness Week, as was mentioned earlier, and as we do every year. This event provides a set time each year for local agencies and organizations to inform their residents about flood risk and the importance of flood preparedness and being ready. It allows local, state, and federal agencies to join together and provide information about the types of flooding that impact communities, because it varies throughout the state, and share ways to reduce flood risk. And as you can imagine, because of COVID-19, all the events this year will be virtual. DWR is not hosting any events. Most communities are hosting events virtually, and I was checking with the team to see if the city was hosting their event, but I'm not certain that they are this year. So if someone knows, maybe they can add that response to the text. But we are having regular meetings with local, state, and federal partners to share ideas about events and communicating risk. And there's still time to participate. There's information on the slide there to send an email to cfpw@water.ca.gov for information, or if you want to gather, or if you have ideas. The team's looking at things like social media campaigns. Cities or counties can pass resolutions as your board has done. Develop preparedness exercises or websites, conduct media interviews and other outreach events. So there is a website here listed that you can also get more information. And I've personally found that social media is an excellent venue for receiving information and alerts from some of the organizations such as National Weather Service, Department of Resources, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and others. I've gone in and liked many of their pages, so it's as simple as going to the different organizations, liking their pages, and then your Facebook feed will soon be populated, maybe overwhelmed with some really creative media campaigns, including emergency alerts and other messages. So I encourage you to check out some of these Facebook pages if you haven't already. I think I've seen a lot of different related Facebook pages that have provided good information for myself. Okay, switching gears to the next slide. Thank you. So this conversation is about the Lower Elkhorn Basin Levee Setback Project, and specifically the National Flood Insurance Program Variance that we're working on, where that's been completed. And I want to thank the Lower Elkhorn Basin Levee Setback team, Joe Bartlett, David Pesavento, and others for working with us on this effort that I'll talk about. And I'm not here to brief on Lower Elkhorn, the project itself. I believe the team is going to come to you next month for an update. But this is really an opportunity for me to highlight one of the functions of DWR's floodplain management program, led by Mr. Mike Mirzwa, who is our state floodplain manager. A common challenge of constructing flood risk reduction projects in floodplains is how to design a safe construction site, where we have offices or trailers or other equipment. Well, the National Flood Insurance Program, NFIP, allows short-term construction sites, so offices and trailers, et cetera, to be placed within special flood hazard areas for up to 1 year, provided that hazardous materials from the site can be removed within 24 hours of a flood event. However, larger critical construction sites, such as this one with Lower Elkhorn, need to be in the floodplain for a longer period spanning multiple construction seasons. So the NFIP has provisions for floodplain managers to issue a variance to the NFIP building restrictions that allows non-permanent activities such as temporary housing or construction offices in this case that still protect life and property. So on the slide here for the LEBLS project, Lower Elkhorn Basin Setback, you're looking at one of the on-site construction trailers that is currently out there. It's needed to complete the important system-wide flood improvement project. And the image on the right is an excerpt from an evacuation map taken from the current LEBLS emergency response plan. So the point of this slide isn't really to focus on the map. I know it's hard to see, but rather just to promote awareness that good emergency response plans include resources such as this map. And for your awareness, we want you to know that the Lower Elkhorn project team has been working with our state floodplain manager, Mike Mirzwa, on an emergency response plan to protect both on-site and off-site personnel. And our state floodplain manager has issued a temporary variance to allow the trailers shown to be in place for 3 years with the option for 2 one-year extensions. So this should allow enough time to complete the project, which will in turn obviously add significant flood protection to the cities of Sacramento and West Sacramento. So there's your floodplain management tidbit for the month. We can go to the next slide. I think that was the last content slide. So this is my last slide here, just to kind of highlight some of the presentations that DWR staff is here for today's talk. Sterling York, the chief of our flood project inspection section, will present on how we are working in partnership with the board's encroachment permit inspection team on encroachments to the state's flood system. Next up will be Liz Bryson, chief of our flood operations branch, who will discuss the preparedness activities that our flood operations center leads in preparation for flood season. And many of the activities really do focus on DWR-led preparedness efforts, but we do also work with local partners. And I wanted to highlight that we do work with reclamation districts, cities, and counties to help them prepare for and bolster their flood emergency response capabilities. An example of this, for those of you who may have attended the coordinating committee meeting this last Wednesday, you saw that Sacramento County presented a flood preparedness tool that the county developed under a DWR Delta Flood Emergency Response grant that was awarded in 2018. And the tool was designed to provide emergency responders easy access to information on the fly and can be expanded to include other Delta counties. So it was a really good opportunity for everyone to see the value of the grants DWR has been fortunate enough to award to local communities that enables the locally led year-round planning, tool development, and preparedness efforts. So we can't do it alone at the state level. We really need to empower our local entities to be able to take on some of the response themselves at the local level. Next up will be Sammy Nall, Chief of our Floodplain Assistance Section in our Floodplain Management Office, and she'll provide an update on the annual mailing of our flood risk notification flyers. And as we noted, the Flood Preparedness Week, this is one of the ways that information about types of flooding is communicated to the communities of our state. And Sammy will talk about some improvements made to that process. And then finally, last but not least, Mary Jimenez, and Acting Chief of our system-wide multi-benefit initiatives branch in the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives, and Chris Williams, who's in Division of Flood Management in our flood planning branch. They'll provide an overview of some recent activities and progress made in developing the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update, focusing on some presentations given at the Regional Flood Management Planning kickoff meetings, as well as at the Floodplain Management Association conference. So I will leave it at that, and happy to try to entertain any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jeremy. Board members have any questions? Anybody see any? Okay. Okay, let's proceed with item 8B, and I believe Sterling York's going to take that item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Good morning, President Edgar. This is Preston Schoppel, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board Inspection Section. I just wanted to do a quick introduction of Sterling while the presentation is being loaded up. Sterling's the chief of their Flood Projects Inspection Section A. They have two groups, and they've been working with us as we spooled up our program in the past few years. So I just wanted to give that brief introduction, and then I'll come back and talk about how we are working together between our programs to cover the encroachment permit.
Hey, Preston. Preston, yes. This is Bill Edgar. Jeremy referred to a report that we had at the coordinating committee last time about the local tool that's being worked on by the local folks there in terms of getting flood information on the fly. Is that being coordinated with your group in terms of trying to get a single database for everybody to get involved in?
Right, that'll be part of the presentation. The efforts that DWR's group does for permit and inspection updates with our group, with enforcement and permitting, they're all going into the same spot. So that's the effort to get part of that information out publicly in the future.
Okay, so we're still working toward a single database that we could use for which will have different layers that everybody can use depending upon what they're looking for. Is that right?
Correct. Right. Different levels of access and different levels of information. Right.
Okay. That's
things that are happening out there. Yep.
That's good, because Joe Countryman and I have always been concerned about having multiple databases and trying to get all these databases as much as we can into a single database with different layers or components, depending upon whether you're enforcing compliance or whether you're just trying to get information with a high water event or whatever. That's great. Thanks.
Sure. With that, hopefully Sterling is able to come up, and I believe we have his presentation as well. There we go.
Yeah, thank you, Preston. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, Sterling, it's good to see you again.
Great. Well, good morning, President Edgar and board members. Again, my name is Sterling York, and as Preston pointed out, I'm the chief of the Flood Project Inspection Section A within the Department of Water Resources. And today I'd like to provide you with a briefing on our permit oversight work we do on behalf of the board. Next slide, please. Today I'll provide a brief overview of a history of the permit program. Then I'll discuss our permit program and the permit work that our staff does on behalf of the board. I'll wrap up by summarizing some of the many benefits of the permit work that we are doing. Next slide. Since the Reclamation Board's establishment in 1911, now known as Central Valley Flood Protection Board, the board has been issuing permits for encroachments within the adopted plan of flood control. But it wasn't until 1969 that the board and DWR established a cooperative agreement that began DWR's inspectors' participation in permit inspections. Since that time, DWR inspectors have been the primary inspectors on encroachment permits. That was until 2018 when the board created its own inspection section. Now the board inspectors are taking the lead role in overseeing new encroachments, and DWR inspectors are supporting in that effort. Next slide, please. With nearly 19,500 permits on file since 1911, there's plenty of work to go around. So DWR is still doing much of the same work we did before 2018. So why are we doing this permit work? The main reason is to ensure our flood control system is not damaged or impacted by the installation or maintenance of encroachments, and that it is installed in accordance with the board's conditions laid out in the permits. Our current authorization comes from a 2008 Memorandum of Agreement between DWR and Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and the cost of this work falls under the protection the flood protection's annual budget. On any given day, one of our 7 inspectors can be working on a permit inspection from the town of Ayden clear down to Bakersfield, covering the state plan of flood control levees, channel structures, designated floodways, and board regulated streams. Next slide, please. There are generally 2 types of permit work that we do. First is the construction oversight, and second is the records update. Next slide. So construction oversight is straightforward. When a new permit is issued, the board reaches out to DWR to take on the inspection role. The DWR inspector will take charge at that point. The first thing that they do is set up a pre-construction meeting where they explain the conditions of the permit to the permittee and make sure that they understand how to comply with those conditions. Once that is done, they will do site spot checks, construction site visits when necessary, and throughout the project, they collect and document important compliance records, update the board's database, DWR's levee logs, and utility crossing database known as USEP. When the construction is complete, the inspectors will change the status of the board's database to reflect the closeout of the construction phase. And if necessary, we'll reach out to the board's enforcement section to help address any projects that fail to comply with the conditions of the permit. Next slide, please. When we're not doing construction oversight on permits, we also work on updating more than 19,000 permits that are already on file. Many of these are historic construction closeouts and were signed off by previous supervisors, and many existed before the board's electronic database existed. Because they were completed and filed way before the development of the board's permit database, they do not appear as construction closeout as we would like. Prior to the year 2000, these paper records permits were only kept on folders on a bookshelf located in the JOC's basement. Since the development of the board permit database, those files have been digitalized through various projects. However, many documents were not scanned because of their size, and many data fields within the database were not filled in properly. Our inspectors are reviewing these documents, providing accurate locations, scanning full-size documents, and when necessary, performing site visits. It's important to note that until late 2019, the permit work that was being done was not classified as construction closeout or record update. The only category that was available for documentation in the database was permit closed. This caused some discussion over the years as to what closed really meant. So the board's inspection section created new statuses that better categorize the work being done. Unfortunately, the nearly 1,800 plus records that DWR previously updated cannot accurately be broken down further into these 2 categories. But we can say that DWR has performed construction closeout and record updates on over 2,000 permits since 2015. Next slide, please. primary benefit of this work is that the flood control facility is not degraded in any way by the construction of the encroachments. There are many other benefits from this work as well. Because the levee logs that document the encroachments are updated with new encroachments, the logs are provided to the Corps during their periodic and continual eligibility inspections. Our LMAs should have fewer incidents written up during their inspections, which in turn may help improve their PLA 499 eligibility. Another benefit comes from the documentation of construction records that are now available digitally. Design drawings, as-built drawings, and specifications are available readily for references should they be needed during a flood fight or for any other reason. With the permit database updated with encroachment information and verified location, the board encroachment team will be better able to prioritize their enforcement actions on unauthorized encroachments. Finally, the more the inspectors are out on the flood control facilities doing this type of work, the more visible our presence is to landowners, which decreases the likelihood of installation of unauthorized encroachments. So now that I've reviewed the history of DWR's permit work, talk a little bit about how we deal with new and historic permits and cover a few of the benefits of that work, I would like to turn the time back over to Preston. So thank you, Preston.
Thanks, Sterling. It's a great overview. I have a couple slides that maybe Ryan can pull up here just to talk about how we are working together as well.
One moment, please.
Thanks, Ryan.
Are you seeing the slides?
We're seeing the presentation side of it.
Okay.
We can switch them. There we go. Thanks. So just very quickly, I know we have a packed agenda today, but I just wanted to check in and highlight some of the ways we coordinate with DWR continually. So again, I'm Preston Chapel, the chief of the board inspection section. Go ahead. So as most of you know, a lot of the business portions of what we do with DWR are described in this 2008 Memorandum of Agreement that Sterling alluded to. I just wanted to bring light to number 13 in that agreement. Over time, this seemed to make sense and bring to light where we are right now. We're saying where the parties agree that if the inspectors are added to the floodway protection section, which is the old name for our permitting section, they will perform some of the tasks presently assigned to the inspection branch or DWR's group. So this is just part of the development of our section is an evolution of the changes to both the board and DWR staffing. Next slide. So as Sterling pointed out, the encroachment inspection support is one of many of their responsibilities that they have. This is totally separate of their annual inspection report and their biannual inspections that they do. But the fact that the board inspection section even exists shows the importance of the work covering all the encroachment permits that the board issues. There's more eyes out in the field, ensuring that your decisions as a board are carried out in the field. We have 3 inspectors in our section compared to the 7 out in the field at DWR, covering the same area that Sterling mentioned. So it's no surprise we continue to need their support, being all over the state on a given day. Our permitting staff within the board also assists in these field inspections, which is a benefit for those engineers to see the projects that they've been ushering to approval to come to life out in the field. And I just want to be clear that the success of our relatively new section couldn't be possible without the sustained support of DWR's inspection branch. They've helped us kind of avoid reinventing the wheel, but have also been open to propose enhancements to their inspection program and allowed us to sort of take some of the the leadership role on some of those aspects and teaching us some of the background that they've gained over the years. This goes for inspection procedures, equipment procurement, safety protocols, site access, and just general system knowledge and relationships. The challenge was making sure that the work is performed consistently, no matter who is out there doing performing that inspection. For instance, both agencies saw the need, and we talked about this before, President Edgar, the need for updating those historical records so that everyone has more access, rapid access to reliable, accurate records. As Sterling had mentioned, the DBR's inspection branch have been working on this effort through the lens of getting those older permits information scanned and entered in the database. And you probably heard again that the board staff is also doing quality control updates to our database. All these efforts, from whatever angle they're coming from, are going to the same central spot with regards to the state's effort, DWR or the board. So they're not taking place in a bubble, and those same older records are getting inspection updates to the same spot. So that's just a quick overview. Just wanted to give that, and we can go to the next slide. I'll take any questions anyone has for those efforts.
Okay, thank you, Preston. Anybody have any questions on this report? This is probably one of the most important things we're doing, trying to beef up our inspection section and coordinate it with DWRs and head toward a database, single database. Anybody have any questions on this?
Mr. President, this is Jane.
Yes.
I appreciate this presentation and update, and I know that we will schedule these at appropriate times. We as a board and as staff are acutely aware of how challenging an evolution to bring a 1911 system of files into the 21st century. It's a challenge, and the work is acknowledged and appreciated.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. Okay, thank you, Preston. I think, members, I'm going to call a 15-minute recess, if you don't mind, give our staff and court reporter a break. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Hey, Ryan,
Hey, Bill.
are you keeping track of time?
Yes, what was the break time that you requested?
15.
Okay, does 10:30 work for you?
Uh, sure. Okay, let me know when you're ready.
I will.
Bill, that sound that was happening went away, which is nice.
It was my battery, Mike. We had a surcharge here and the power went out. So it went on battery and it makes that screeching now when the power goes out. So I had to redo the whole thing.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
So are we going to 10:30? We're doing another 5 minutes?
Yeah, 10:30.
All right.
Thank you,
Thanks.
sir.
Thank you.
So it's 10:30, President Edgar, whenever you...
Okay, I think we're ready to come back. Okay, everybody, I think we're back in session. We'll proceed to item 8C, and Liz Bryson's going to give us a little presentation on the FOC flood preparedness. Liz?
Good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. My name is Liz Bryson, and I'm Chief of the Flood Operations Branch within the Division of Flood Management at DWR. And today I'll be providing you with an overview of the work the Flood Operations Branch does each time this year ahead of flood season. Next slide. So Flood Operations Branch staff work year-round to ensure that DWR, as well as local, state, and federal partners, are prepared to respond to a flood emergency. And the items I'll be covering today include our preseason flood coordination meetings, which are typically held in September and October, our flood emergency response rosters, which have key staff identified to assist with the flood response in the event of an activation. I'll touch on our flood fight materials that are available for use up and down the state, and some tools that we use to monitor current conditions and evaluate flooding potential. And also I'll talk about our flood emergency response grant program that provide funding to enable local agencies to improve their flood fighting capacity. Next slide. The DWR is the lead state agency for flood response, similar to how CAL FIRE is the lead state agency for responding to wildland fires. And the Flood Operations Center coordinates that response for the department. Our responsibility is statewide, not just in the Central Valley, and we respond to all types of flooding. We have 2 locations, our main Flood Operations Center in Sacramento. We also have a satellite office in Eureka on the North Coast. And both of these centers are co-located with the National Weather Service, which is the only partnership like this in the country. And being co-located is essential in meeting our shared life safety mission of the 2 agencies. Some types of events that the Flood Operations Center may activate for, of course, high water and flooding, but also if there are any forecasted large or intense storms, earthquakes and tsunamis, and the North Coast is particularly susceptible to tsunami flooding. And then also we assist with dam incidents. And for those, the Flood Operations Center isn't so much focused on the dam facilities itself, but more on the downstream impacts should something happen to that dam. Next slide. So our flood emergency response rosters are primarily made up of Division of Flood Management staff, but there's also employees from across the department to assist. We have approximately 180 staff on 3 teams, as well as 6 incident command teams to assist in the field. And having so many staff identified allows for flexibility and sustainability, especially for a long-term activation. And these staff participate in regular meetings and training and exercises to ensure that they're ready to respond if the Flood Operations Center activates. And a comparison of some past activations. So in 2017, the Flood Operations Center activated twice, once in January and the next in February, for a total of 151 days, and about 250 department staff assisted with that activation. In comparison, in 2019, we activated for 4 days, and about 40 staff, primarily from the Division of Flood Management, assisted with that one. And it just shows the scalability of these FOC rosters that we have. So our intent is to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Next slide. And unique this year, of course, is the pandemic that we're experiencing now. So back in April, shortly after staff transitioned to teleworking, we developed a pandemic and flood emergency response plan. And the purpose of this plan is to provide a guide for activating the Flood Operations Center and deploying field responders in the event of a flood emergency during a pandemic. And this plan looks at basic activation procedures and assumptions, roles and responsibilities, some resources and challenges using those resources. And it also takes into account the health and safety and contingencies for absenteeism for our staff. We exercised this plan in May with a tabletop exercise, and we plan on conducting a functional exercise in November to make sure that that plan is implementable. Next slide. The DWR supports local emergency response efforts by maintaining a large cache of flood fight materials throughout the state. They're stored in warehouses and preloaded containers in nearly 40 locations. And facilities include DWR warehouses and maintenance yards, California Conservation Corps facilities, and various secure county-owned locations. And having these materials pre-positioned in critical locations speeds up response time during a flood. And like Jeremy mentioned in his presentation, this year we are coordinating with those areas impacted by wildfires to pre-position materials near those burn scar areas. And we also provide flood fighting methods training free of charge for our partner agencies, including California Conservation Corps, CAL FIRE, and levee maintaining agencies, showing them how to properly use materials to mitigate flood threats. Next slide. Another key preparedness function that we do is our annual preseason flood coordination meetings. And this was presented during last month's board meeting, so I'll just touch on these a little bit. They're typically held in the fall in coordination with our county offices of emergency services. And locations range from Humboldt County in the north to Riverside County in the south. And key benefits are, of course, increasing that communication and awareness and familiarity with our partners and building relationships. And unique this year, they will be held virtually, and they'll consist of a tabletop exercise to engage the participants and encourage information sharing. Next slide. Another key program is our flood emergency response grants. And since 2011, the Flood Operations Branch has provided about $45 million to local agencies across the state. And this money has been used to create and update flood safety plans, install and upgrade gauging stations and increase situational awareness, conduct training and exercises, and also for local agencies to purchase their own flood fight materials. And this funding allows local agencies to be more prepared and have a better capacity to respond during a flood emergency. And this is the same program that is being used to fund the Sacramento County web tool that was demonstrated and mentioned earlier. Next slide. So the Flood Operations Center uses various tools to gather, analyze, and distribute information to our partners. And some of those key resources are our weather briefings that we conduct during flood season. And these are in partnership with the National Weather Service, the California Nevada River Forecast Center, and they're conducted weekly during flood season, but could also be made more frequently up to daily when there are large storms coming in. And these briefings are available for our partners to view online, and they're intended to be operational briefings for decision support. They look at what the expected rainfall is and what those impacts will be from that rainfall. Another website that we use very frequently is the California Nevada River Forecast Center's webpage. It provides official river forecasts for key points along main stem rivers in the state. And also our California Data Exchange Center, which contains current and historical information about rivers, precipitation, reservoirs, snow data, and more. And another key resource we use is the Flood Emergency Response Information Exchange, or FERIX, Levee Vulnerabilities page. And it's a web-based GIS database that shows known levee vulnerabilities in the Central Valley. Next slide, please. And probably the most important tool we have is our relationship with our partner agencies. Building an understanding and common operating picture with all levels of responsible agencies saves time during an emergency, and it enables everyone to focus on the goal of protecting life, property, and the environment. And we coordinate with local LMAs all the way up to the federal level, including Army Corps of Engineers, FEMA, etc. Next slide. That was all I have today. Thank you. And do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Liz. The board have any questions? Do we see any?
I don't have anything, Mr. President.
Okay, guess not, Liz, but thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll now move to the annual State Plan of Flood Control Risk Notification update. And I think Sammy Kell has this one. Morning, Sammy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
That's great. Good morning, President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Sammy Nall, and I'm the Chief of the Floodplain Assistance Section in DFM. Today, Ryan, I should start. Ryan, can you pull up the slides?
Sorry, one moment, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, it's in the presenter mode.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Ryan. So as I mentioned, Sammy Nall, Chief of the Floodplain Assistance Section within DFM. Today I'm here to give you an update on the 2020 Flood Risk Notification Program. Next slide, please. So this morning I'll give you a highlight of the program, cover the legal mandate, the 2020 flyer, and the common questions we receive, as well as both the challenges and benefits of the program. Next slide, please. The Flood Risk Notification Program is a legally mandated annual program to increase property owners' awareness of their specific flood risk sources within the general Central Valley area. The program sends out over 250,000 flyers sorted into 3 primary batches. One batch goes to individual owners, and they make up by far the significant majority of the flyers. The 2 other batches are for multi-property owners and public agency owners. Next slide, please. The state legislature adopted Section 9121 into the Water Code in 2007. It states that DWR must provide written notice to property owners within the Levee flood protection zone of their specific flood risk by September 1st of every year. It also mandates that notifications include information that the property is located behind a levee, that levees reduce but do not eliminate flood risk, as well as recommending owners consider flood insurance and where to obtain more information on that insurance. Next slide, please. The Levee Flood Protection Zone, also known as LFPZ, these maps were developed as required by California Water Code Section 9130, and they are an estimate of the maximum area that may be flooded if an SPFC facility fails with flows at the maximum capacity that might be reasonably carried within the riverine system. These maps are not the same as the FEMA flood insurance rate maps, so it's a really good distinction that is important to note. Next slide, please. So this is the 2020 flyer. As you can see on the left, there are fill-in-the-blank type areas that are filled in based on processed data that includes the property's address and the specific flood source of potential flooding. On the other side of the flyer is some additional information on reducing flood risks, as well as a web address, a phone number, and an email that recipients can get additional information if they would like. Next slide, please. So single property owners get just that flyer filled out with the fill in the blank areas filled out. However, multi-property and public agency owners get a blank copy of that flyer along with a letter which is signed by Deputy Director Lipner, providing additional context about the flyer and an attached table listing all the properties and their associated flood risks. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned a few slides previously, the flyer does include a call-in line and an email address if individuals or recipients have additional questions. My team regularly checks those numbers and returns, as well as the phone email, and returns calls to assist with any of the questions. We have both an English and a Spanish voicemail, and we receive about 100 calls a year, with most of them right after the flyer is sent. We did send out the flyer by September 1st this year, and we have received about 50 calls and maybe about 10 emails with additional questions. Most of these questions are either about flood insurance or requests for more information about what their property-specific flood risks are. Next slide, please. So there are several challenges to this program. Often the information about a property's flood risk is not conveyed to the owners because either the flyer might be tossed out without being read, or it's not in a language that is understandable, or our mailing data isn't up to date. For context about that, we start processing property owner data from April, but the mailings don't occur until September. So we often get many responses that say, "Hey, this is no longer our property," and such like that. So, next slide, please. But despite those challenges, there are several benefits as well, including increasing support for funding local and state flood management programs and projects, informing owners of their specific flood risk source, which meets both that legislative mandate and the intent. And in addition, the flyer can also provide community rating system credit for communities under Element 330. Next slide, please. So for more context on that, the community rating system is run by FEMA, and it's a program to encourage communities to mitigate flood risk by taking specific mitigation actions. And that carrot in that program is to reduce flood insurance rates for their community. And Element 330 is the outreach project elements. And so this map shows the LFPZ zone, which is the hatched area, as well as communities that are participating in the CRS program. And so since the flood risk notification program is an annual notice, and we do include several of the priority topics, including knowing your flood hazard, insuring your property, protecting people from the hazard, and building responsibly. Communities within the LFPZ can use the FRN for credit and that to help lower their insurance rates. So next slide. And with that, I'm happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the board? Okay, Sammy, the only question I have is the feedback I've been getting from the property owners that received this notice is that they consider it essentially junk mail and toss it into the wastebasket along with all the political advertisements and what have you. Is there any way we can kind of look at the layout? I mean, there's really good information on this, and we used to complain about that before, but I think you've resolved that issue by trying to organize and lay out the information. But is there any way we can somehow think about distinguishing this, but so that people actually read it, which is, I think, a problem because they consider it another advertisement or something, and just throw it away. That's my feedback. It may not be what everybody else is getting, but that's my feedback.
Absolutely, President Edgar. I think it was our intent at the very beginning of 2019 is to try to create some surveys and different ways to really determine the effectiveness of this particular program. However, with COVID and the pandemic happening, it kind of prevented us from really being able to create surveys or outreach projects engagement projects to really try to find out the effectiveness of the survey and how to, or the effectiveness of the program and how to really increase people's awareness of their flood risk through this program. So how do we, design the flyers to not look like junk mail, especially with this being an election year. We anticipate, there'd be more of those political advertisements. However, we just weren't able to conduct that this year. However, as soon as we have the funding and the ability to meet with people face to face to really, conduct those types of surveys, it's our hope to do that.
Okay, I was just wondering, I want to validate, are you getting the same feedback, anecdotal feedback, not a survey or anything, but just anecdotal feedback similar to what I'm getting, or is
yes,
you are?
I think it's I do get anecdotal feedback from that. I think some of the other complaints are, the state is trying to cause alarm in residents that might not be warranted. I think those are the two complaints we get per se on this program. So I definitely, we do hear that it is tossed out as junk mail.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And we want to rectify that. We'll work towards that in the next few years.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, any other questions from the board members?
I have a question.
Okay, Joe.
What's the cost of this program of doing this mailing? Because my feeling is it's very ineffective as far as raising public awareness. I live in the floodplain here in Atonement, and my neighbors, they don't seem to have any inkling of the potential flood threat here.
So I think our costs range around 500,000, and that's a rough ballpark. I haven't taken a look at what this year's costs are. Some of the major costs are the purchase of the parcel data, property data, and the printing and production of the flyer itself.
Wow.
But I can try to get you better cost information if that's something you would like.
Well, it's a mandated program, so I mean, I have real questions about the, is it really financially worth what we're doing here, based on my very limited sampling. But I guess it's something we have to do. So.
Yes, to meet the water code requirements, we are legally mandated to send out a written notice. But, as I mentioned earlier, it's our hope to increase the effectiveness of that written notice. It's hard because there's a lot of information on it, but it also, that information really helps provide those CRS credits to communities within the LFPZ.
I see. Thank you.
Absolutely.
President Egger?
Yes.
I have a couple of questions.
Sure. Mary Jane?
Sammy, you said that there were questions about the flood insurance and the flood risk that were some of the responses that you got from the postcards. Was it mostly about the price of the insurance?
In terms of the or questions about the actual flood insurance, I think so far we've gotten a few of the questions about the price of flood insurance and why it might be different in different areas. However, a lot of it is, where do I go to get flood insurance? Who do I contact? And we try to, give some of the information from FEMA's NFIP program to them. In terms of what their specific flood risk is, we do have a link on, or a web address on the flyer, and it does link to the web address does include, a GIS type portal where you can enter in your specific property's address and find out your flood risk. And so many people might not be able to do that. And so they call the line, and we are able to do that for them and try to just provide additional information about their flood risk. Because the flyer itself says, hey, your property at this address is at risk from flooding from the Sacramento River or the American River or the San Joaquin River. And so it tells you your source, but it doesn't tell you what is your possible depth of flooding, what type of flood event are we talking about. And so we can try to help them provide additional information that way.
Great, thank you. And then also, you mentioned the maps. One was the FEMA maps versus the maps that are being used. What's the difference between the two maps?
So the Levee Flood Protection Zone maps were modeled by DWR, and they're modeled based on SPFC facilities and the failure of SPFC facilities levees that where the rivers are carrying really high flows, and where that flood event might reach and what properties it might impact. The firm maps, I can't necessarily speak strongly to. I don't know, Mike Mearswell, I don't know, or Kelly, you might be able to. Okay, Mike Mearswell says in his chat he can explain. So go ahead, Mike.
Okay, I'm trying to start my video here. Yeah, okay, might be a little slow. We've lost our internet here in southern part of Yolo County yesterday. So just to explain, the Levee Flood Protection Zone maps, basically, from a layman's perspective, are more extensive than what you get from a FEMA flood insurance rate map. We go through at the department and update the Levee Flood Protection Zone maps to account for multiple failures and multiple flowing events through floodplains, so they're a little bit broader. So think of them as bigger than the 100-year floodplain, which most people associate with the FEMA flood insurance rate maps. The FEMA flood insurance rate maps are nice in that they're regulatory, and that's what you're seeing if you have a mandatory insurance requirement. However, most of the data used in most of the flood insurance rate maps in California are quite old, with some portions of California sitting on maps from FEMA that are about 20 years old. So you're getting more current information from the non-regulatory Levee Flood Protection Zone maps. However, when you click on the links in the flyer that Sammy showed, we have a discussion through a website we call Best Available Maps that talks about the different assumptions between the Levee Flood Protection Zone maps and their more extensive geographic area versus the smaller FEMA flood insurance rate maps. The other thing I'll point out with the flood insurance rate maps from FEMA, a lot of people get confused by the difference of the different zone types FEMA uses. They have a Zone A, which is a mandatory insurance zone. That's typically the property that's within a 100-year floodplain. There's some subtypes there, the most common of which is the Zone AE, which is an A elevation zone, where we're actually providing a base flood elevation on the map. The confusing portion of the FEMA maps are the shaded Zone X and the Zone X maps. A Zone X map means that you're outside of the 100-year floodplain. It's what they call an area of indeterminate flood risk, where the shaded Zone X means that you're in a levee protected zone. Our Levee Flood Protection Zone maps that we use for the flyer do account for a lot of shaded zone X areas within the Central Valley. And within the water code, we are required specifically to point out that the property is protected specifically by levee. And while they reduce the risk, there is still a chance that the levee could fail. And we're really trying to encourage property owners to prepare evacuation maps, evacuation plans, and to purchase insurance so that in the event of a failure, they can quickly get out to a safe route and then quickly begin the financial recovery process of addressing any damage to their property.
Thank you, Mr. Mirabal. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Sammy, it seems to me when we talk about this issue and information to the public, there are a couple of really big issues that they need to know. Well, obviously, one is that they're in the floodplain. Yeah, they may be protected from flooding, but they're still in the floodplain. And, you know, I don't know what you're doing about the scare tactics. It reminds me of people just losing faith in government and, you know, what's going on at the national level and so on. But I don't know what to say about that. But the one big thing that I've had feedback that people really don't understand is that if you're in the floodplain, you need to keep your flood insurance. You still need flood insurance. And one of the big reasons for that is if you discontinue it, because some people in, for example, Sacramento that are out of the floodplain haven't been remapped yet, are not required by their lenders if they have a mortgage to have insurance. Or if the house is paid off, you don't have to, you know, have insurance. And once you let that go, once you let the flood insurance go, then to try to get back in it again, you're going to come in at a much higher actuarial rate rather than the subsidized rate that you now have. And that's a big deal. I mean, if I just had a friend who decided to get out of the flood insurance business, and it's no one would ever think about doing that for fire insurance. And yet in this area, you're at greater risk for flooding than you are having a fire. But you never think about getting rid of your fire insurance. Well, you should always keep your flood insurance just for the possibility of needing it, having a big flood like we think may happen. That continuity of the subsidized rate is just a huge deal. And there are like one or two or three big issues that people need to recognize here. And those are the issues that I worry that people really just don't understand. And maybe as you think about how we can do a better job on this mandated program and to get our message across, and it is a informational program, it's a public outreach program, that's what it's supposed to be. But if it isn't really doing the job, we gotta do something else, or we're spending a lot of money that's kind of a waste. So I think at some point you and Michael need to sit down and think about, what are the 2 or 3 big issues that we need to emphasize here for people. And as I say, one of them is this, man, if you discontinue flood insurance, you're in a world of hurt if you ever want to get back in it again. So anyway, that's just my comments. Any other comments from the board? Okay, thank you, Sammy. That was very good.
President Edgar?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah, this is Reggie Hill.
Oh, hi, Reg.
How you doing, Bill? I appreciate the presentation and information because I have been contacted by locals about the notification they received about the floodplain zones. So anyway, I probably need to get more information from Mike because they're coming to me because I'm the flood person in their area and they want to know what all this is. And I'm not trying to replace anybody, but I would just like to know a little more detail So, Mike, would it be possible for me just to contact you and just try and get some basic information?
100%, Reggie. 100%.
Okay. Yeah, because some of these, I mean, we're such a rural area that landowners that come in, they've got thousands of acres that are getting these letters. So they're really, really concerned, and they're just trying to scratch their head and figure out what the direction is. And like I said, I can point them in your direction to give them more detailed information, but they're coming to me because I'm the one that does the flood around here. So anyway, I appreciate the presentation. It was a very good job.
Thank you, Reggie. Anything else? Well, thanks again, Sammy. We appreciate that presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to Mary Jimenez, who's going to give us a little status report on the plan update. Mary?
Good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. I'll give Ryan Jones a minute if he can pull up our presentation. Thank you, Ryan. Looking good. So good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. My name is Mary Jimenez. I'm with DWR and the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives. Here with me virtually today is my colleague, Chris Williams from DWR's Division of Flood Management. We're here to provide you a monthly update on the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update. Next slide, please. An overview of our presentation today. I will touch briefly on topics presented last month to the board about the CVFPB and our work with the Delta Plan. Last month, I also provided an update on the implementation progress of the Paradise Cut bypass expansion. We'll move quickly from there into where we are today and our focus on regional flood management planning. That will be presented by Chris Williams. I will take over after Chris and provide a brief recap of the Floodplain Management Association conference, hopefully building a little bit upon the helpful remarks made earlier in this meeting from the board members. And lastly, I have a brief update on the conservation strategy development. And always, as always, end with a brief nod to where we're going on our continued engagement on the flood plan and future topics. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. As a reminder, last month I was in front of the board and described our current and future collaboration between the CVFPB and the Delta planning efforts. Under the spirit of the Memorandum of Understanding that was signed between the DWR, the Flood Protection Board, and the Delta Stewardship Council, we have had ongoing staff level discussions on our climate change technical approaches. Notably, the DSC's Climate Initiative Delta Adapts and our CVFPB climate change analyses. Back in early August, we began early consultation on a consistency determination for the CVFPB with the Delta Plan, and we're looking forward to working together and moving ahead on our performance tracking efforts together. Next slide, please. Last month, I gave a brief recap of progress on the Paradise Cut bypass expansion as a key system-wide improvement recommended in the 2017 CVFPB and the Lower San Joaquin Delta South Regional Flood Management Plan. In short, a conceptual planning is complete, and the project proponents are focused on phases 2 and 3, most notably phase 2, and exploring the potential for downstream impacts from the project and how would those be addressed. So before I moved on to the next section, I wanted to add that considering this early progress on the Paradise Cut potential project and the severity of climate change projected for the San Joaquin Basin as a whole, myself and the DWR team are extremely eager to further discuss this with the board and our local and regional partners about where to go next in the San Joaquin Basin to work towards improving climate resilience in a collaborative manner. So with that, I wanted to pause briefly for any comments or questions on these topics before handing off to Chris Williams.
Guess we don't have any, Mary. We can proceed, I think.
Okay. So if Chris is ready, I'm happy to hand off for the regional flood management planning update. Thank you.
Chris, are you there?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, barely.
Okay, let me switch over here.
Oh, there you go.
All right. Okay, if at any point I've been having some strange internet connection issues in the morning, so if for some reason I cut out, everyone let me know.
Will do.
Okay, sounds good. So my name is Christopher Williams. I am with Department of Water Resources in the Division of Flood Management. I'm the chief of the Flood Planning Branch. Good morning, President Edgar and members of the board. I'm going to talk to you a little bit this morning about the regional flood management planning effort and where we're at. First of all, I'm pleased to once again confirm that the state and local agencies continue to be committed to this regional flood risk management program. With the input and coordination of our regional partners, we were able to deliver, and the board adopted, a very balanced and well-supported 2017 plan. We hope to capture that same magic this time around. We want to do it again for the 2022. That's our goal. We have a matrixed multi-divisional team working on the plan across the Division of Flood Management, the Division of Multi-Benefits Initiatives, and the Division of Planning. And so now that we have these new 6 agreements executed, and as I'll talk about in a little bit, we have the 6 kickoff meetings completed that we did this month. It's really full steam ahead at this point for the next 15 months or so that we can get to a public draft of the 2022 update of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. So
thanks for
next slide.
Chris, just thanks for expediting that. That has been, as you know, a big issue for the locals to keep on board. So I appreciate your taking that initiative and getting that done. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. So with this slide, some of the key aspects of the regional planning effort for 2022. The focus of the program is on planning, as it always has been. The real value here is in identifying the flood risk management issues and possible solutions within each region, and really facilitating that coordination and partnership and engagement between the state, the non-governmental organizations, the local agencies, and the federal government. To that end, these new agreements that were executed in July of this year, 2020, and the agreements go through June of 2023, there was an effort to standardize the tasks within the regions. So there's, and I'll get to that in a slide or two, there's 10 standardized tasks, obviously with a lot of flexibility for each region through their yearly work plan to modify what exactly they're doing within those 10 tasks. We have some flexibility in there with task number 10 for, we know that the regions are anxious to get going on some of their regional specific efforts, and also this program we continue to search for new pots of money and funding that will allow them to do just that. The other thing is the 3 themes for the 2022. The regional input is going to be a big important thing here. Being able to weigh in on climate resilience, tracking performance, implementation and outcomes, and the integration and alignments with other efforts. So next slide, please. So these are the 10 tasks. I'm not going to go through each one of them. Some of them are going to look very familiar to everyone on the meeting here. As I mentioned, task 10 is where they can do some of their explanations in the yearly work plan of some of the region-specific activities they want to get to. All of these tasks are important to updating the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. The little sticky note on the bottom right, and in the next few slides as I go through the 4 chapters of the plan, you'll see that sticky note appear on the slides to just kind of remind everyone, or at least inform everyone, of some of the tasks that the regions can park some of the reimbursement for the activities that we need from them under these tasks. With that, next slide. Okay, as before, the layout of the 2022 update is going to be very similar to the 2017 plan. It should be recognizable. The structure and the flow of the chapters. Chapter 1 is on updating the CVFPP. Chapter 2 is on implementation progress. Chapter 3, very much a bulk chapter that talks about some of the SSIA strategies and the intended outcomes of exactly what we want to do within the Central Valley. And then Chapter 4 is moving forward, and also that's where you'll get into some of the updates to the investment strategy and really the costs and how you're going to fund it, the financing, the phasing and implementation. So next slide, please. Okay, Chapter 1, updating the CVFPP. This is where, some of the regional planning can help answer some of the questions, such as, are there any changes or any updates to risk within your region? What are the primary drivers for flood risk management in your region? And really, what has changed since 2017? As I mentioned, there's several different scope tasks within the agreement itself that they can work on some of the effort that helps us updating Chapter 1. On the right-hand side, just wanted to briefly say that, what we're looking at here is the 2012, the 2017, and the 2022 update. And just to remind everyone that, when the effort really kicked off with the inaugural 2012 plan, we had outlined several different approaches to flood risk management. And one of the drivers of the main key themes of that 2012 plan was the state system-wide investment approach. And we identified the programs to implement the CVFPP. Then moving on to 2017, we had the basin-wide studies and the kickoff of the regional planning effort and all the different analyses and studies that we did to really refine the state system-wide investment approach. We also developed a comprehensive investment strategy where we talked about financing and funding and phasing and how we were going to get to where we wanted to be. And then the other key thing to the theme of the 2017 was those 8 policy issues and all of the recommendations that followed them. So moving on to the latest update, 2022, 3 of the main themes that we've mentioned before that we're going to focus on is climate resilience. We're going to talk about reporting of the project implementation accomplishments and performance tracking, and also the alignment with other state efforts. So next slide, please. Chapter 2 is implementation progress. With this, this is where we want to hear from the regions. They can provide us input on significant project progression or implementation, what their current funding situation is. A lot has changed since really their regional plans. The last time we, a lot of that data was from 2014, 2015 timeframe. So we want to hear about any funding opportunities that have opened up, or if they were able to complete some of the projects or initiate them, if the projects have changed, what the status is on funding. Any of the new studies or technology that has occurred within their region, new government arrangements, and how anything has progressed on the policies and the recommendations. In the 2017, we had those 8 policy issues. And so we want the regions to be able to provide us that input on, is there any update needed to those policies? Has the focus shifted within each one of the policies? Maybe there's some new items that have come up, and also feedback on their short-term and their long-term goals on those recommendations. So next slide, please. Chapter 3 is the SSIA, system management strategies, and the intended outcomes. This is where the regions are going to be working with us to give us updates on their strategies and their portfolio of projects. They're going to have the opportunity. We're working with them after these kickoff meetings and the efforts that we've had recently. We're going to be very closely working with the regions to identify any new projects or updates to the list that they had given us that was instrumental in building the 2017 portfolio. We're going to be asking for their thoughts on region-specific climate change issues and weighing in on that. And also talking about the intended outcomes of all of these strategies. They'll have a chance to provide their input on that and address these intended outcomes. So with that, next slide, please. So Chapter 4, as before, is where you get to some of the investment strategy work and the updates related to that. Some of the pieces that we are working on the short term with the regions are on their regional portfolio. There's a fairly comprehensive spreadsheet that we had worked on. We've provided that to the region to remind them of after the 2014-2015 timeframe that they had given us their portfolio. We had worked on it to update it and include the pieces that were applicable to the final portfolio contained in the 2017. We want their input on the status of all of those projects, any modifications to them, any new projects that have come around, and any changes that have happened. We're also asking them to weigh in on some of the analysis they've done before and information they provided us on their ability to pay, their current financial situation, also identifying any new recommendations to consider. And really, towards the end, this chapter, as before, is going to focus on moving forward and looking towards the 2027 update and those priorities. So with that, next slide. Thank you. So we did have Aaron Wu, my program manager, did an excellent job of setting up these RFP kickoff meetings immediately after FMA this year. We completed them all within this month. I wanted to update you folks on just some of the key themes that we heard, some of the feedback we got from the regions across all 6 of these meetings. Some of the issues that we discussed were, and this is not comprehensive, this is just a few high-level ones that stick out, is Army Corps of Engineer coordination. This is both with projects and also with PL 8499. We heard about some of their concerns about the groundwater sustainability plans, the GSPs within their area. There was a lot of discussion about disadvantaged communities. The discussion revolved around some of the definitions of a disadvantaged community and how those boundaries are set and how those definitions affect an area's ability to be receiving the benefit of a disadvantaged community as far as grant funding and whatnot. There's definitely some further conversations that need to have revolving around that. Also, small community funding was an issue that we discussed. They were very concerned, as you can imagine, about our tight schedule here in the short term, having enough time to reach out to the stakeholders within their region to be able to provide us that input on the portfolio. Really, you know, as you'll see, I think in a slide or two, we are asking for that. Some of the first things that we're asking them for is input on that. And there is a little bit of a flexibility there throughout not only the November timeframe and October, but also lending into spring, so that we can be able to provide that information in the update. But that is a concern. We have a really tight schedule here to get this plan out. They were concerned a little bit about some of the priority changes, things that have changed since the 2014, their last plan update. We had discussions around some of the white papers and issue papers and we're using the white papers as a mechanism for them to provide input that we can put into the 2022 update. Just to clarify, this current phase of funding does not allow for what I would call a complete update of their regional plan. We're not going to be doing that this time around. And so we did clarify that for them, that the way we're going to be getting information from them is through these issue papers and white papers. The emphasis here is on content, not on, you know, necessarily a well-polished paper. We just want to make sure that we get what we need from them in the absence of a completely revised regional plan. They were also concerned about integration of other programs, the BIOP, Eco Restore, several of the other actions that are going on. They were also concerned about integration of single-purpose and multi-benefit projects, aspects of the projects. We all know that we're very concerned about that. That's the world we live in now. And also one of the other interesting concerns was the issue of capital improvements within maintenance areas. And the issue there is in some of the regions that are not necessarily represented by some of these larger AFCA entities and whatnot, that do have several areas of the system that are maintained by maintenance area. The maintenance area, as you know, their concern is getting a lot of the maintenance done, but maybe not necessarily on some of the large capital improvement projects that need to happen within their areas that they maintain. Who's on point with that? Is it, is it at the department? Is it a pertinent RDs? Are they the ones carrying the load? Anyway, there's a lot of issues that go into that, and that was one of the concerns as well. So that just gives you a flavor of some of the discussions within these kickoff meetings. So next slide, please.
Chris, before you, this is Jane Dolan. Can I ask a question on the regional flood management kickoff process?
Absolutely, Jane.
Of course I can. Thank you. Board members have been involved with these meetings. It's been very helpful, along with DWR, for the work that we need to do ultimately to adopt a plan. But somehow I was unaware of the meetings for the two that I act as the liaison. Was this something that was specific to the management team with DWR and not some broader outreach?
Yeah, thanks, Jane. The focus of these meetings, we tried to get them scheduled as soon as we could after the execution of the agreements. Really what we had asked from the region is to, we wanted to hear from the regional lead agency and any of their key consulting staff and really talk about some of the aspects of the agreement itself and what we need moving forward. So the flavor of it was a little bit less of maybe like a public meeting or whatnot, and kind of just nuts and bolts, almost like a agreement workshop type feel to it, to just get them started in the right direction on what DWR and the state needs to update the plan, those pieces. To that end, we had sent them a fairly comprehensive packet that we walked through during these meetings. So it wasn't, like I said, that was our intent of the meeting, was to just have a select group of folks involved in just getting that kicked off in the right direction. I hope, does that kind of answer your question? We do. Oh, the other thing I will add is there are going to be some upcoming engagements that maybe have a different flavor to those upcoming engagement meetings. So we certainly, as before, we know that we do want to have the board heavily involved in the regional planning effort, as well as the divisions other than DFM within the state are going to be involved in it as well.
Yes, thank you for that clarification of what actually was a more focused kickoff meeting with the group. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so on this slide, I alluded to, or I mentioned that we are on a very tight time frame. The reason I have the slide divided as it is because one of the key things that we're asking from the regions right away is being able to refine their spreadsheet of portfolio of projects and management actions. This portfolio covers both capital improvement projects as well as ongoing expenses, OMR, R&R, many other things that's going on in their region. We have asked that they, we walked them through in these kickoff meetings, we walked them through the spreadsheet. We talked about the different cells. We provided some guidance on different tabs on exactly how to update the spreadsheet, and also provided them exactly how those updates are going to be used and feeding into the costs, and ultimately what the message is and the investment strategy for this current update. We've asked that they give us some feedback by November 1st, which is right around the corner. Where they are not able to get the feedback from some of the stakeholders on some of these projects, there's a little bit of flexibility there, and they understand that they can iterate. It's going to be an iterative process. Some of the other things that are absolutely key to the 2022 update that they have a little more time to work on is some of the updates to the conservation strategy, multi-benefit project development input we need from them, their progress and accomplishments. Obviously, we talked a lot about performance tracking, weighing in on climate resilience, being able to discuss or provide for us any changes in their flood exposure within their region, and also weighing in on the policy issues. I want to state it again, all these other items are extremely important as well. They just have a little bit more time to work on it. And, when I say a little bit more time, the last time around, we had a couple years to do this. We are aiming for a draft draft public, you know, at the end of next year, December of next year. That's our goal. So we're talking, you know, around 15 months. So all this stuff is very important, and we're going to get to it as time allows. I'm going to pause there and just say that we did hear, I mean, that the regions they are completely on board, and they understand this, and they are really committed to this as well. So I'm excited about that, and I'm sure they're excited to get to some of their other key things they want to do within their region after this initial push. So next slide, please. So as I mentioned in September here, we had the regional kickoff meetings, and the feedback is needed right away by November on their regional portfolios. Through October and November, we are putting together an outline and some guidance and some very focused strategies to update what we said on the subject of OMRR&R. And the messaging around that and some of the long-term cost analysis that we had done before. So we are putting that together and being able to work with the regions to update that technical memorandum, pieces of that technical memorandum that we did before, with a focus on getting to what exactly has changed and what the new message is, or how that message has changed. Through November, December, we're also going to be working with them and asking for some of their input on the policy recommendations. And also Aaron Wu, the program manager, is going to be setting up monthly check-in conference calls with each one of the regions so that we can coordinate and keep the lines of communication really wide open on this. Let's see. I think that's pretty much what I have for you today. I will say that, you know, there's a lot of projects, a lot of activity going on with these 6 regions, and we are just very much appreciate, you know, all the patience that the regions have shown us as DWR works through some of these issues related to funding, and really the commitment of all 6 regions to Central Valley flood planning. It's really been fantastic, and we're hoping to once again have a huge role in updating the 2022 plan. So I'm going to pause there before we move on to the next section and see if there's any other questions related to the RFMP program.
Anybody see any questions?
I don't have anything, Mr. President.
Okay, thanks, Les. I guess we can move on, Chris.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. President Edgar, members of the board. Mary Jimenez with DWR, back for the next section. I'm going to spend a little bit of time recapping our participation in the Floodplain Management Association virtual conference that was held earlier this month, September 8th through 11th. See, the CVFPB was featured in several different sessions, and I'm going to give a quick overview of that. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, I won't go through all of the topics discussed at the conference, but it was a very engaging and interesting conference. And like the board members indicated earlier, I'm also grateful that FMA was able to host it virtually and allow so many folks to be able to attend, including my team. A couple CVFPB related panels and technical sessions featured here on the slide I wanted to cover today. The first is a panel that I moderated, excuse me, on advancing multi-benefit project implementation through collaborative efforts. This panel featured content from our conservation strategy vision and update development process from Heidi Hall, and board staff Ruth Darling was a huge help in this panel as well, and her content on the YOLO partnership. CVFPB content was also featured in a climate change in the San Joaquin watershed panel that was moderated by Nathan Pingle from HDR. A board member Countryman was also on this panel. Mike Anderson from our CVFPB team presented information there on the San Joaquin system-wide perspective of climate change and information out of our flood plan. There was also a panel moderated by Deborah Bishop on a path to permitting success for multi-benefit projects. That's some very interesting and pertinent information for our conservation strategy update. And last, but certainly not least, we had a very deep and engaging technical session on the risk analysis update for the CVFPB that was moderated by Michael Gill from DWR. And it included featured multiple components of our technical update, including climate change and the flood risk analysis and the 2022 enhancements. So very engaging discussion and opportunity for us to engage on the CVFPB. Next slide, please. So I could pause between moving on to this if there were any further comments or questions on the CVFPB participation at FMA. Okay, no questions, I suppose. I'll move along then into the update on the conservation strategy and what's going on there. So as mentioned before, we are deep into working on our update of the conservation strategy and moving towards our aggressive timeline that Chris Williams indicated briefly when discussing the RFMPs. Moving towards that update, we're building upon the significant amount of scientific work that was done to support the 2016 conservation strategy and 2017 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. And in updating the work, we are aligning with our 3 CVFPB foundational themes. All the while continuing to promote multi-benefit projects while also continually assessing what we can do better and collaborating with our partners. Next slide, please. We're continuing to work with the board's advisory committee. The advisory committee and its subgroups on permitting, multi-benefit project development, and performance tracking are working on an aggressive schedule to develop draft recommendations by November to inform a drafting of our conservation strategy update and CVFPB documents. So if you see that call out in November and you do a quick check against what Chris Williams covered in the update of the regional plans, you can quickly see how the next couple months are particularly critical for our plan update this go round. To echo what Chris said, I am extremely appreciative of the interest and engagement of the Conservation Strategy Advisory Committee and the board and all of our partners involved in that update to get this early input. The earlier, the more valuable input we can get, the better to continue the dialogue into 2021 and hopefully achieve a broadly supported plan in 2022. So next 2 months, very busy, very critical for the conservation strategy update as well. Any comments or questions on that?
Guess not. Mary, thank you. That was very interesting. Are you going to be talking about what's coming up and where we're going?
Yes, I have one slide on that, President Edgar. Where we're going, please. Next slide. So in addition to really needed to picking up the engagement on the RFMPs on all topics that Chris Williams covered, we're going to focus some of our continued engagement around the other system-wide efforts of the CVFPB. And I mentioned a bit about progress at Paradise Cut, but we look forward to digging in with our partners on what's happening up in the Tisdale and Sutter bypasses and some landscape scale multi-benefit planning with our partners up there. And also working towards a board public workshop on the Yolo bypass in November under the leadership of board staff Ruth Darling and many of our partners that we're working with in the Yolo bypass. So a lot of interesting discussions to come on our system-wide efforts over the next couple months for the CVFPB. That's what I have this morning.
Okay, one of the major topics obviously is the San Joaquin. So as soon as we get a framework for how we're going to address that, I'd certainly appreciate hearing about that.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And there is a prime opportunity, I feel, right now with the RFMPs and the engagement that needs to be happening very aggressively over the next several months. So we can definitely work that in.
Is is SJAFCA focused on that, or are they more focused on the near-term issues? Do you know?
I have a feeling it's both, but I don't know for sure, President Edgar.
Okay, that's one of the things we'll have to get from them. I think, you know, just anecdotally, there's some people that are the engineers pretty much, but I'm not sure, and I'm sure you do and your team, but I'm not sure we've kind of laid out what that framework really looks like, and at least at this point, where we're going in that area. And I guess the main thing for me is it's going to be pretty much driven by the number that we agree on on the hydrology that comes out of the work that your climate team experts are working on. I would think, but I don't know about that. Okay, anything else for Mary? Okay, thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Members, we're on item 9, and Leslie, you have this 9A under amended board policy regarding board member participation on committees and liaison assignments.
I do. Thank you, Mr. President. This is our update to this policy that we have about board committees. This particular update is representative of our newest board member, Mary Jane Grego, and it lists out particularly her assignments. This is an action item for the board, so I am requesting that we have a vote on it so that we can change the policy. The original draft policy that was posted was supposed to be in track changes format, so you could easily see the changes that were being made. I know that first version of it, the track changes did not convert over to a PDF, so the version that is up in the box now does have that. But if I could just particularly point your attention to the fact that Board Member Griego is being added to the local funding committee. That's in place of President Edgar. So the two board members on that committee would now be Vice President Dolan and Board Member Griego. She is being added to the RFMP on the Feather River as an alternate, being added to the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee as the alternate board representative, and added to the Central Valley Flood Control Association board representative along with Board Member Dolan, and that is in place of Board Member Johnson, who had taken that for the brief time that he was on with a vacancy.
Okay, any questions from the board members? Okay, we need a motion and a second, please.
This is Jane. I move approval.
Thank you, Jane. A second,
second, Bill.
What was that? Is that Tim? Who seconded it?
It was Board Member Johnson and Ramirez simultaneously, I believe.
Okay, well, let's take Brian Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes unanimously by the board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll have that posted to the board website after the conclusion of this meeting.
Great, thanks, Les. Okay, we're on item B, a Water Commission overview, and I guess, Darren, you're going to handle this?
Good afternoon, President Edgar. Yes. Back in about a year ago, back in 2019, about the end of August, you may recall President Edgar, yourself, then Board Member McDonald, and the chair and vice chair of the Water Commission. We gathered in an effort to try to see where we could work together in pushing forward our respective missions. out of that meeting, we came to an agreement to present to the Water Commission, the board, an overview of the board and the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. In reciprocation, we're here today. Laura Jensen, who took the place of Jennifer Ruffalo, who retired, congratulations to her, is here today to provide an overview of the Water Commission and their strategic plan. With that, I'd like to introduce and welcome Laura Jensen in her new role. Laura?
Yeah, thank you, Darren, and good morning, still morning, President and members of the board. Thank you so much for having me in today. As Darren noted, my name is Laura Jensen, and I'm the new Assistant Executive Officer of the California Water Commission. I've been in this role for about 2 months now, and I'm really happy to have the opportunity to talk to the board about the work of the Water Commission today. Next slide. So I'm going to start with an overview of the Commission's historic role, which really shapes the work of the modern California Water Commission. The Commission was developed at a time of expansive water infrastructure development in California. In 1945, the California legislature established the State Water Resources Board, which was the predecessor of the modern California Water Commission. And as the State Water Resources Board, we were charged with investigating and recommending projects for flood control and beneficial uses of water, as well as representing state and local interests, federal government, and making recommendations for needed water development projects to the legislature. So originally in this capacity as the Resources Board, the Commission is scoping, recommending, and advancing water projects. In 1956, the Department of Water Resources is created and is given most of the functions of the State Water Resources Board, and the Resources Board is then renamed the California Water Position. At this point, the Commission's powers are codified in the Water Code, much as they exist today. And the Commission is really serving as a place for public transparency, particularly as the State Water Project is being created. And you really see that come about in 1967, when the Commission is charged with many of the statutory duties that it still has today, one of which was an annual review of the construction and operation of the State Water Project. But we were also tasked with advising DWR and the governor on the coordination of federal, state, and local flood control projects. So for the ensuing decades, the Commission is meeting regularly and fulfilling its major roles of State Water Project review, as well as meeting with members of Congress to secure federal appropriations for California flood control projects. Then, as water infrastructure development wanes, gradually the Commission goes dark. By the late 1990s, all Commission appointments have expired and the Commission is vacant. Next slide. Then, after more than a decade of inactivity, the 2009 Delta Reform Act really breathed new life into the Commission. The Commission is given some responsibility for what would later become the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and is called out in a water bond proposal that called for increased statewide water storage. So in 2010, the Commission was officially reconstituted when Governor Schwarzenegger appointed new commissioners. And then with the voter passage of Proposition 1 in 2014, the Commission was given a new major responsibility, which is the state investment of $2.7 billion in water storage projects. And since that point in time, we have been working on that Proposition 1 responsibility, as well as resumed our statutory duties, provided a public forum to evaluate and better understand California's water needs, and provided input to the governor's and now we're working to implement the governor's water resilience portfolio. The Commission is made up of 9 members appointed by the governor and confirmed by the state Senate. 7 are chosen for their broad expertise as it relates to water, and then 2 are chosen for their specific knowledge of the environment. And we have our meetings monthly on the 3rd Wednesday of each month. Next slide. And if you could just tap it again, there's an animation on this one. So this is DWR's org chart, and this is just to indicate where we sit. We've got a dotted line to executive there, the same way that the Flood Protection Board does. And our relationships with the department differ based on our statutory responsibilities. Oh, goodness, sorry. Next slide. So today, the Commission's role is a blend of its historic responsibilities and more recently developed roles to fill the niche created by modern water management issues. So at this point, we continue to serve as an important public forum for the discussion of water management issues. We continue to confer and advise and make recommendations to the Director of the Department of Water Resources and to approve DWR rules and regulations before they can become effective. We continue to monitor and report on the construction and operation of the State Water Project. And when the issue arises, we would conduct a public hearing for the purpose of considering names for State Water Project facilities. And importantly, we also still serve the role of giving each affected person a venue to be heard before the department can commence an eminent domain proceeding. Our new role includes implementing the Water Storage Investment Program, which delivers the Prop 1 funding to water storage projects, and implementing the Water Resilience Portfolio by advancing work on financing climate resilient conveyance. Next slide. The Commission released its new strategic plan earlier this year. We review and update our strategic plan every 5 years. And this plan includes a new mission statement, which you can see up here on the slide, as well as goals and objectives that really reflect the critical need to reshape the way we manage water in an increasingly extreme hydrologic regime. So I just want to draw attention to the fact that the mission statement has this new emphasis on incorporating diverse perspectives in water management discussions and on water planning and management in the context of climate change. Our strategic plan is really the foundation for our work, and I'll be talking more about each of the plan's goals and how the Commission either is or is planning to implement those goals. Next slide. So our first goal is lengthy. It's a lot of words, but the synopsis of the words is that the Commission will provide a forum for discussion of water management, and we will promote policies that move the state towards more resilient water management. And we're really doing both of those things through our work to implement the Water Resilience Portfolio. Next slide. The Water Resilience Portfolio tasks the Commission with assessing a state role in financing conveyance projects that could help meet needs in a changing climate. So at this point, we're looking at conveyance in the context of climate change and a state role in financing those conveyance projects, asking what public benefits might the state want to fund, and what are the mechanisms by which we might deliver that funding. Because without a water bond on the horizon, we need to look expansively at funding options and mechanisms, including innovative opportunities. Next slide. So we're near the beginning of this 9-month-ish long process that has 4 phases. Right now we're in phase 1, where we're talking to a lot of people and conducting some research to formulate a background brief, a background policy brief that we'll bring to the Commission at our October meeting. And at that October meeting, we'll really be transitioning to phase 2 and providing opportunities for public engagement in the process. And all of this work will culminate in a white paper and recommendations in the spring or summer of 2021. Next slide. So starting this fall and probably stretching through the winter, we will be hosting a series of virtual workshops that focus on specific regions of California: Northern California, Southern California, Central California, and Southeastern California. We'll be having one workshop in each of those regions, and we're really looking for broad participation, especially by underrepresented communities, to discuss conveyance infrastructure needs in the region and the state's role in funding such infrastructure, as well as potential sources of financing. Next slide. Goal 2 of our strategic plan speaks to our continuing responsibilities with respect to the State Water Project. Next slide. The California Water Code directs the Commission to conduct an annual review of the construction and operation of the State Water Project and to report its findings and recommendations to the Department of Water Resources and the legislature. So to accomplish this, the Commission receives regular briefings from DWR on many aspects of the State Water Project, and then we combine that information into a report. Our 2019 report was released in May and covers the department's role on key issues such as climate change vulnerability, Delta conveyance, and Oroville. Next slide. Goal three of our strategic plan is how's us carrying out our statutory authorities, those that were assigned in the mid-20th century, such as approving department regulations and weighing in on eminent domain proceedings. And these are things that we address as they come up. Right now, there aren't any before the commission. Next slide. Goal 4 speaks to the Commission's premier program, the Water Storage Investment Program. And as I noted previously, this is one of the primary reasons for reinvigorating the Commission after it went dark for about a decade. Next slide. The Water Storage Investment Program, which we fondly refer to as WSIP, is the primary function of it is to use the Prop 1 money allocated to the Commission to fund water storage projects based on public benefits associated with those water storage projects. And the reason why this is a paradigm shift is because we're focusing on valuing public benefits and targeting public dollars towards paying for those public benefits specifically. The benefits that the Commission will fund include ecosystem improvement, water quality, flood control, emergency response, and recreation. And while the benefits vary from project to project, each project is required to have an ecosystem benefit. The Commission partners with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Water Resources, and the State Water Resources Control Board. They assess the technical merit of the proposed public benefits of the project, and then they are ultimately responsible for overseeing the implementation of the project's public benefits for the lifespan of the project. Next slide. So in July of 2018, the Commission made maximum conditional eligibility determinations for 8 water storage projects. And it's important to note that these maximum conditional eligibility determinations, which is quite a mouthful, we shorten it to MCED, these aren't funding awards. The Commission looked at the value of the public benefits associated with 8 projects and determined how much money the state could contribute towards those benefits if the project meets other requirements, which I'll touch on in just a second here. So the 8 projects that are moving forward right now have the potential to add 4.3 million acre feet of new storage and are really moving the state towards resiliency in a changing climate. Once the funds are formally awarded, this will be the largest investment in water storage in a generation. Next slide. So this is a map of the projects that are currently moving forward. We have 4 groundwater storage projects, kind of taking them from north to south. They are the Harvest Water Program, the Kern Fan Groundwater Storage Project, the Willow Springs Water Bank Conjunctive Use Project, and the Chino Basin Conjunctive Use Project. And then the other 4 projects are surface storage, Sites Reservoir, Los Vaqueros Reservoir Expansion, Pacheco Reservoir Expansion, and Temperance Flat. 2 of the projects, if they do move forward, will offer flood control benefits. The Sites project will provide incidental storage to capture and store flood flows, reducing flood damages in the Maxwell area, which could result in nearly 10,000 acres of reduced flood risk. And the Temperance Flat project will provide a reduction in flood damages downstream of Friant Dam to the tune of 63,000 acre feet a year. So the applicants for these projects are now working to enter into contracts with the state agencies, DWR, CDFW, and the Water Board for the administration of the public benefits that their projects will produce. Next slide. But before these projects, before the projects can start utilizing the Prop 1 funds from the Commission and begin construction, they have to clear 2 additional milestones. The first is a January 1, 2022 deadline by which the Commission has to find that the project is feasible. To do this, the applicants must have completed their feasibility studies. They have to have a draft of environmental documents out for public review, and they have to have a commitment for at least 75% of the non-public benefit cost share. And while they don't have to have, they don't have to wait until 2022 to have that complete. The January 1, 2022 deadline is not movable, so that is a hard and fast deadline, but they can come in before that. The other milestone is that they have to actually formally be awarded funding. And to obtain a final funding award from the Commission, applicants have to complete the remaining Prop 1 requirements, securing their final permits, finalizing their environmental documentation, securing contracts for the administration of public benefits from our partner agencies, and also securing 100% of commitments for the non-public benefit cost share. Once funding is awarded, each applicant's, at that point, they'll be grantees, timeline to construction and operation will be different. Some will be online within 2 years, while others will take considerably longer. But part of the process is they will provide us with quarterly progress reports, and we'll use that information to update timelines on our website to ensure that there is public transparency as to the progress that these projects are making. Next slide. So our final strategic plan goal looks at us determining whether there's a need to reactivate our role of advocating for federal funding for flood risk. And at this point, we're not doing any work on this goal, but we plan to start looking at it within the coming year. At which point we will be seeking to understand how the flood world functions now and if there's a helpful role to play related to advocacy to the federal government for the Commission to play. We would certainly need to coordinate and collaborate with the Flood Protection Board and other state agencies involved in flood management, and look forward to a continued partnership with Flood Board staff to work in the best interest of the state. Next slide. So that presents the overview of the Water Commission's work, and I'll stop and see if I can answer any questions.
Laura, this is Bill Edgar again. One of the things that I didn't see in one of the goals of the strategic plan was to make sure that the water conveyance system was intact, but I didn't see the word subsidence in there. Are you reviewing that issue?
Subsidence comes up as in terms of the conversations that we're having with respect to the conveyance work we're doing for the resilience portfolio. So we are at this point having a lot of conversations with stakeholders, and that's certainly something that's on their minds when we think about scoping a state role in financing conveyance projects. And I would say that that's, to my knowledge, that's the main intersection of subsidence with our work. I will say that our executive officer, Joe Yun, is also on the line here. So if he has more to contribute, he can speak up as well.
Okay, thank you. And the other issue, when I was on the former reclamation board, the Water Commission was the point agency regarding requests to the federal government and lobbying efforts in Washington, and we always funneled our requests up through the commission itself. Are you anticipating you're going to redo that role again? Is that what's being proposed here?
No, I wouldn't say that's what's being proposed. I think that we need to better understand what role we played historically. But we don't intend to necessarily recreate what we used to do. We need to look at our role in light of what's currently happening and where we can be effective and helpful, useful.
Okay, this is a major issue that we've been talking about for some time because to be honest, the state really has no real presence in Washington. I mean, there's a lobbyist office back there and so on, but they're expected to do everything. Social services, highways, flood control, water, everything. And they can't do it. It's just too much. And so what we've been doing is relying mostly on partnering with our local agencies and our local partners who spend a lot of money lobbying back and forth and have continuing ongoing relationships with the committee members and the staff members and so on. But the state really has no presence. We're obviously very interested in doing a better job at lobbying, because having a federal partner makes a huge difference in the flood control area. That's one of the areas where we sometimes are able to get some money for projects. But in any event, those are my questions. Any other questions from the board members? Okay, anything from the staff at this point?
President Egger, if I may, I would just suggest that we'll continue to work with Laura and Joe to find places where we align. And as Laura mentioned, historically, the need for advocacy for funding was back when there were earmarks. And with earmarks no longer, at least today, no longer, a funding strategy for through Congress, we'll have to find other ways to work with the Corps and their work plan. We do that already through DWR.
Yeah, I think, this issue of earmarks, smart people and the people who are back there all the time always figure a way around that. I don't know how they do it, but we ought to partner with those people who can do it in any event. I think it's the key part here that, as you look at these various agencies, the Water Commission, the Delta Stewardship Council, you look at us, and you look at the DWR, who's the water and people, and the Sigma group. We all are, have our own plans, and we're all trying to work across these silos that exist at this point. And that's really what the essence of the resiliency plan is, to try to get us to begin working together, not so much in silos like we have been. And so ultimately we got to head toward a comprehensive water management plan in which all of us are component parts, water supply, endangered species, multi-benefit projects, flood control, and we're part of it. But in order to do that, we have to make sure that the silos are communicating with one another. And a good way to do this is just what we're doing today, in terms of having Laura give us a little presentation, and then similarly, I understand you gave the commission a presentation. Does the commission have a full board at this point, or are there vacancies?
Yeah, we have several vacancies. So right now we have 5 vacancies of our 9-person commission that the administration is actively working to fill. So
okay, so you don't have a quorum at this point, right?
No, but we believe we will in advance of our October meeting.
Well, okay. All right. Any other questions?
President Egger, my years working for Congressman Garamendi, I'd like to pursue this conversation with you and Leslie, and maybe give you some thoughts about how to work with the staff back in DC, and to advocate for projects that we're looking at. We'll do that offline.
Okay. Thank you, Mary Jane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, it's a little after noon at this point. I'd like to call a recess at this point for lunch. We'll take 30 minutes and be back around 12:30, Ryan. Let's make it 12:40.
Hi, Mike Davis. Are you there?
Hello, is this Ryan?
Yes, this is Ryan, and I can hear you.
You can hear me just fine. Okay, I
Yeah.
appreciate it. Thank you. Just wanted to check that out. I had an issue during the dry run earlier this week. So.
Oh, I totally understand. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. Thanks.
Log out.
It's now 12:40, so I'm ready whenever you are, President Edgar.
I think we'll start, Ryan. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're resuming the meeting. Under board items, we're on item 9C, Great Valley Grasslands Floodplain Restoration Project. And Justin Logan, I think you have the introduction here.
Thank you, President Edgar. President Edgar, members of the board, my name is Justin Logan with the permitting section. Today I will be introducing and also part of informational briefing for the Great Valley Grasslands Floodplain Restoration Project. Next slide, Ryan.
Sorry about that.
Okay. There will be three presenters as part of this presentation. Mike Davis, who is the representative for the applicant, Reggie Hill, the general manager for the Lower San Joaquin Levee District, and myself. Next slide, Ryan. From here on out, I will be passing it over to Mike Davis.
Thank you, Justin. My name is Mike Davis. I am the Associate Director of Central Valley River Restoration at American Rivers, and I am managing the Great Valley Grasslands Floodplain Restoration Project on behalf of our project partnership. Next slide, please. The project is located within Great Valley Grasslands State Park, adjacent to San Joaquin River, approximately 3 miles southwest of the community of Stevenson. The project site is situated in an area of substantial conservation value, being next to the San Luis National Wildlife Refuge and other protected lands in the area. Next slide, please. The project area consists of both riparian areas adjacent to San Joaquin River and upland grassland habitat, and is encircled by a levee that is the focus of the proposed restoration project. Next slide, please. Our project has benefited from the support of multiple project proponents and is identified as a Tier 1 system improvement in the Upper San Joaquin River Regional Flood Management Plan, February 2015. And from its inception, the project has been envisioned and designed as a true multi-benefit flood management project that relieves local flood conveyance constraints and enhances habitat and recreational opportunities on the site. And the project is fully funded by CVFPB Prop 1 grants. Next slide, please. This is a view of the project site looking southward with the San Joaquin River in the foreground and Salt Slough running along the western boundary of the project. The project site is identified by the dry land shown here, separated from the San Joaquin River during a high flow event. And the arrow shown points to the appropriately named levee to nowhere that is targeted for strategic breaching as part of this project. Next slide, please. Restoration elements of the project consist of strategic removal of multiple levee sections totaling 1 mile in length and rely on passive breaches with no gates or flow structures. And this is accompanied by the legal abandonment of levee maintenance responsibilities, which will allow for natural degradation of the levees over time. Next slide, please. The objectives of our projects are numerous, and they are to reconnect 120 acres of historic floodplain habitat to the San Joaquin River under the San Joaquin River Restoration Program's restoration flows, to reduce average river flood stage by approximately 1/2 foot and reduce maximum river velocities for the system design flow, to improve channel habitat by increasing channel complexity and providing water temperature refuges, to reduce the extent of invading exotic vegetation by restoring more natural hydrology to the floodplain, and to reduce costs and ecological impacts associated with continued levee maintenance. Next slide, and at this point, I believe I'll turn it over to Mr. Reggie Hill.
Okay, thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. Again, like everybody else, trying to manipulate what's in front of me. Basically, what you're looking at is the location of the 2 levees that are in question or being addressed as far as doing some type of abandonment or deauthorization. They're at the bottom end of the flood project system, all the way in Merced County. And Next slide, please. Basically, what you're looking at, the two levies that we're talking about are the ones levy unit number 2 and levy unit number 25, which Mike alluded to earlier in one of his slides. Levy unit number 2 is very specific, as you can see, where there's a point northeast there on 2 yellow lines. Levy unit number 2 starts at that point and meanders along the San Joaquin River until it intersects with State Highway 165. And that's 2.33 miles of levee. And then levee unit number 25 is the one that starts at the same point as unit number 2 and meanders southerly to daylights to zero height further south after 2.47 miles. And basically, those levee heights at that point where they both start, the levee height is about 12 feet. And like I said, where unit number 2 intersects State Highway 165, it's about 8 feet high. And like I said, at unit 25, when the daylight's at the southern end, it's 0. So next slide, please. Again, this is alluded again to what Mike had mentioned earlier. These are the areas where they want to breach levees, and basically also how much flow they would need to do inundation at particular levels. You got 1,500 feet, 1,500 CFS, 4,000 CFS, and 8,000 CFS that will go out onto the Grasslands Park. Next slide, please. What you're looking at here is a archive photo that was taken in May 1st, 1967 by Merced County. And this basically shows the flows that are occurring at this location. And also I've highlighted levee unit number 2 and levee unit number 25. And basically what I'd like to involve out of this photograph is that we support the application for the flood restoration plan based upon certain things that are occurring out there. And our evaluation of this approach reveals no impairment to the O&M of the entire flood project. Basically, the rationale for this position covers several aspects of the O&M of these two reaches. As you can see, the design layout of levee unit number 2 creates a flood risk problem. Downstream of State Highway 165, there are levees on both sides of the river, which creates a flood channel designed to pass approximately 26,000 CFS. Unit number 2 is the left levee that meanders from the highway bridge, crossing to a point 2.33 miles downstream, where it creates that constraint point that I mentioned. Specifically, the flood channel at the bridge crossing at Highway 165 is approximately 2,000 feet in width, and then it widens further downstream to approximately 5,000 feet in width, and then reduces to a width of approximately 1,200 feet at that start point above unit number 2. This design layout has been a historical problem since the levee was constructed in the early 1960s. It creates a backwater impact from the constraint point upstream to the river bridge crossing. This constraint on the flow causes an increase in the upstream water surface elevation to where it causes adverse seepage impacts to the opposite levee foundation, and in addition, it creates seepage flows onto adjacent landside crops. Levee unit number 25, which begins at that point of getting at number 2, meanders southerly away from the river, and the flood flows that pass the point of this levee unit's origin with unit number 2 follow the landfall in the area which is westerly away from the levee unit. This levee unit seldom engages flood flows along its entirety along the southern border. It also gets some impact from Salt Slough. Another point I'd like to make is that levee units number 2 and number 25 originally were constructed on private property. However, as time has evolved, the private lands of these two levees are now under the ownership of state parks. Exemption laws pertaining to government agencies not paying assessments places all of the costs to maintain these two levee units onto the remaining landowners within the levee district boundary. This exemption places other areas of the flood system operation at risk, since funds for other areas must be reduced to cover O&M expenses in this area. And like Mike alluded also, is the fact that this is also an RFMP project, a Tier 1, and so there has been a considerable assistance from our consultants for the RFMP to get some computer modeling done by DWR. Okay, the favorable prospect of abandoning these two levee units is that the state park's accessibility to water flows from the river during flood events for possible parklands benefits. Abandoning the levees and transferring ownership to state parks would afford efforts to explore such of these opportunities as this and others that possibly would be available to the state parks. And I was just wondering, would this require any assistance from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board and how it would impact the project? Also, the levee district is supportive of the efforts of state parks in their proposal for floodplain restoration, with the condition on removal of the 2 levee units from our obligation from the flood project. And we sent a letter to the flood board on May 12th, basically listing our reasons for it with a resolution calling out the removal of the 2 levee units and also the pertinent information that's in our O&M manual. We see this as an opportunity to improve flood O&M along with the potential benefits to the adjacent state parks lands. Anyway, it's pretty significant. We think it's a win-win for everybody, so we just like to move forward with it the best we possibly can. Any questions?
Okay.
Excuse me, President Edgar. I still have 2 slides to finish.
Oh, okay, let's go through those 2, Mike. Or I mean, let's.
Fine.
Yeah, let's.
I just answered any question with mine.
Okay, I'll continue. Justin Logan, board staff with the permitting section. So part of the staff review of this is impacts to the board's designated floodway for the San Joaquin River. So you can see in yellow, levees are depicted, and in the light tan coloring, this represents the board's designated floodway for the San Joaquin River. Project site is shown on the lower right-hand corner of the screen. Next slide, Ryan. So the project would breach the levees that define the board's designated floodway in this location. The boundaries would be redrawn when the DF program is updated in the near future. There are no structures located in the project area that will be subject to flooding as a result of this project. Flooding would occur between the blue and yellow lines inside of the project area. Next slide. Also for consideration are impacts to the SSJDD easements. The SSJDD has flowage and levee easements for the channel and levees associated with the project. Staff proposes to quitclaim applicable levee easements to California state parks that will no longer be needed as a result of the project. On the right of your screen, you can see in green channel and levee easements. The levee easements extend for the full extent of the levees. It's hard to tell from the screen, but the bottom arrow points all the way down to the bottom of the easements shown in green. Next slide. In conclusion, staff anticipates bringing a staff report with a draft permit and resolution before the board for consideration at the next board meeting.
Mike, is the staff recommending that these levees be abandoned or repurposed?
Excuse me, President Edgar, was that for Mike Davis or myself?
Or
Mike Wright?
Whoever can answer it.
I believe the proper way would be abandonment, but it is.
Okay, doesn't that take a congressional action?
I am not up to date on that knowledge. I would have to check and get back to you on that.
Okay, we've had this discussion with the Three Amigos project, in which they're trying to get the levees abandoned for the work that they're doing with that restoration project, and it was, I think, a number of people have been dealing with this issue, and the decision by the Corps, I think, is to repurpose the levees for the restoration project, which would be an easier action going through the Corps of Engineers. But I don't know, and we got this letter from the Corps saying that they have nothing to do with this area, but I don't know where we stand with that. So it seems to me that we're going to have some further actions on this.
Yes,
Leslie,
absolutely, Mr. President. And that's certainly something we're going to consider before it comes as an action before the board. So we will have an answer for that definitely before it comes as an action item.
okay, isn't this the same kind of thing that we got into with Julie Retner? Or not? Is this different?
This may be different based upon what our discussions with the Corps come out at the end.
Okay.
But you are remembering that correctly, that it is very difficult to abandon a levee versus repurposing one, as we did at Three Amigos.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll have to. Oh, of course. Yeah, Joe.
You know, the feds did not build this levee, and so I don't think we have an abandonment issue with it. It's not federally authorized as such. So we don't have to go for deauthorization of this levee.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Dave. That's right.
But we'll certainly tie up that end, Mr. President, and make sure that there's a resolution to that before you see it.
Okay. Now, what's the end product here? Are we essentially abandoning the, the restoration of the San Joaquin and putting all our eggs in the bypass as a flood conveyance structure? Is that what we're doing here, basically?
This is Reggie, Bill. I don't understand the question. Is because the bypass is nowhere near this location. You're talking anything upstream?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So Ryan, if you wanted to go up a few slides. This project is located at the lower end of the East Side Bypass.
Yeah.
Slide number 10.
Go. Yes, Ryan.
Yeah.
Right. So between the project site, it's only designated floodway with levees on one side until it intersects the Merced River.
Like I said, unit 25 is the levee to nowhere. There are no other levees on the left-hand side of the river in that reach. There's some on the right-hand side because the fall of the land is from the east to the west. And what it does is any water that comes out of that location goes up against Highway 140 and becomes a very large pond and lake out there.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, there is no bypass. And I think this is a plus for the restoration aspect of along the San Joaquin. And like I mentioned before, breaching those levees hopefully reduces the water surface elevation, which helps the landowners on the opposite side with their seepage problems. Because these levees were built with native materials, so they're just sitting on native ground. So any hydraulic pressure you can reduce would be a benefit.
Okay.
Mr. President, Board Member Ramirez had a comment or a question.
Thanks. Yeah, Tim.
I just wanted to jump in and say thanks. I think this raises a lot of important questions that we've been asking and not been able to get answers to about the state and federal relationship. It's also a great example of the evolution of time and the confluence of interests, even just demonstrated by the presenters. Reggie on the ground and the nonprofit organization and board staff. State Parks owns the land now. The visuals are also really great. You guys did a nice job of demonstrating both the hydrology and the administrative issues that need to be wrestled with for making that really clear. I'm sure there's other areas where there's similar situations. And this is a great example, I think, to sink our teeth into. And I'm glad you guys have put so much time into it. I know it takes all of 10 minutes to present it. It took probably 5-10 years to get this far. So thanks for doing the heavy lifting and getting to this point and sharing it. These are the kind of things we want to do. The things that have a lot of local support, make a lot of sense. We have some hurdles to jump over, as Leslie and Bill and Joe mentioned. But that's good practice for us. We need to do more of these things. And the more we do them, I think the quicker we'll get on our end. So thanks, you guys. Nice job.
Yeah, Tim, this is Reggie. Thank you. Yeah, just for the fact here that this discussion was initiated in August of 2012.
Wow.
Yep, that sounds about right. We may get things done yet, and it goes back further than that. So we don't want to set that as our precedent. Hopefully, you guys will be quicker, Reggie, than 8 years so far, but maybe only 8 more months, not 8 more years.
Yeah, well, like I said, the landowner on the opposite side was very interested, and he's going to be more excited when something actually happens up there. So,
great.
Thanks for listening.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thanks everybody. We'll look forward to a report coming before the board. I guess that's when, next month, Les?
I believe that's what Justin has on the calendar, but he can confirm.
Okay. Justin, have you scheduled this for next month?
It is. However, that's based on us figuring everything out on our end.
Okay. All right. Okay, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, we're on item 9D, American River Watershed Features. Itzia and Ben Whitman of DWR have this report.
Good afternoon, Board President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Itzia Rivera. I'm Board Environmental Staff. I'm here to introduce Ryan Young and Ben Waitman, DWR Flood Projects Office staff, who have been working on behalf of the board and in coordination with board staff on the American River Watershed Common Features 2016 project. Ryan will be providing a brief overview of the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 2, and Ben will be providing an update on the supplemental environmental assessment, environmental impact report prepared for the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 2 project, and for which the board is the CEQA lead. And with that, I invite Ryan and Ben to begin their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you,
Itzia. Good morning, President Edgar and other members of the board. My name is Ryan Young, and I am the project manager of the American River Common Features project for DWR in coordination with board staff. I'm here today to introduce Ben Waitman from our office, who will be presenting the Supplemental Environmental Assessment and Environmental Impact Report for the Sacramento River East Levee Project Contract 2, or SREL Contract 2, as we call it. Today is an informational presentation, and we'll be back next month for certification. Next slide, please. This project is a collaboration between the Army Corps of Engineers, the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board in coordination with the Department of Water Resources. Next slide. Today, we're going to give you a brief project history, background on the environmental process, an environmental status update, and discuss future board actions. Next slide. This SREL Contract 2 is part of the seepage and stability improvements under the American River Common Features 2016 project umbrella. Other projects within the American River Common Features are the widening of the Sacramento Weir and Bypass, as well as erosion protection improvements along the American and Sacramento rivers. Authorization for this project began back in 1996. The PPA and LPPA were certified by this board back in January of 2019, and the first supplemental EA-EIR was brought before the board in November of 2019 for SREL Contract 1. Next slide, please. Shown here, you can see the project area for Contract 2, located along the Sacramento River, south of downtown Sacramento, near the Pocket. The SREL project, Contract 2, that Ben will be presenting to you is Phase 2 of 4 of steepage and stability improvement contracts along the Sacramento River from Miller Park at the Highway 80 crossing to the Freeport Bridge. Next slide. Contract 2 includes remediation of levee segments with a combined length of about 1.85 miles. Vegetation removal in the levee degrade footprint is expected to begin this winter, with construction beginning the following spring, lasting one construction season, and concluding in winter 2021. And now I'll pass it on to Ben Whitman from our office.
Thank you, Ryan.
Good afternoon, Board President Edgar, members of the board. My name is Ben Waitman, and I'm an environmental scientist at the Department of Water Resources, working in coordination with board staff on the Sorrel Contract 2 project. Sorrel Contract 2 is a project that was first analyzed in the American River Common Features General Reevaluation Report, Environmental Impact Statement, and Environmental Impact Report in 2016. This document analyzed improvements to the Sacramento flood control system, including levee seepage and stability on the Sacramento River, erosion control in the Sacramento River and Lower American River, and the Sacramento Weir and bypass widening. At the time the EIR was adopted, it was understood that additional project design would require additional environmental analysis, and the current Sorrel Contract 2 environmental document has been prepared after project details were finalized for the Sorrel Contract 2 phase. Next slide, please. Based on completed designs for Sorrel Contract 2, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Department of Water Resources, working in coordination with the board, have written a supplemental environmental assessment environmental impact report for the project. This supplemental EIR analyzes the environmental impacts of the Sorrel Contract 2 project and documents measures to avoid, minimize, and mitigate potential environmental impacts of the project. And the project will have significant and unavoidable effects. These effects are related to construction, are temporary in nature, and are no greater than those previously approved by the board in the 2016 EIS-EIR. Next slide, please. The supplemental EIR was made available to the public on July 8th. A virtual public meeting was held on July 22nd, and the public comment period closed on August 22nd. 3 comment letters were received from agencies, and 1 comment was received from a member of the public expressing support for the project. And we feel that we've adequately addressed these comments in the final supplemental EIR. Next slide, please. For future board actions, at the October 23rd board meeting, we recommend adopting the Statement of Findings, Statement of Overriding Considerations, and Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, and certifying the supplemental EIR. And this would functionally approve the project. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll accept any questions.
Any questions from the board? I guess not. And this item's scheduled to come back when?
Hi, Bill.
Month. Next month, okay. Okay, no further questions. Thank you. Let's move on to 9E.
Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Harvey will take this one. Introduce this item.
Hey, good afternoon, President Edgar, members of the board. First of all, President Edgar, I'd like to congratulate you on your award of excellence. That is very much well deserved. So today I'm going to be talking about the Butte Slough Outfall Gates project. I'm going to give a brief introduction, and Mr. Eric McGrath, the Department of Water Resources project manager, will be giving a more thorough description of the project. So this is an action item, and it's a request to send a no objection letter to the Army Corps for the Butte Slough Outfall Gates. So next slide, please, Ryan. So this, like I said, the requested board action, consider approval of a letter to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers pursuant to Federal Title 33, United States Code, Section 408, requesting initiation of and in cooperation with Department of Water Resources and other federal agencies, a joint review of the Butte Slough Outfall Gates, which may alter the federal state flood control system. Next slide. So I'm just going to give the project location and description briefly, and then I'll turn this over to Eric. He'll give a more in-depth of the project. So it's located north of Sacramento, approximately 5.1 miles east of the intersection of River Road and Butte Slough Road, and it's located along the Sacramento River, south of Colusa, north of Meridian, where Butte Slough ties into the Sacramento River. Next slide. So this is just a bird's eye view schematic of what's proposed out there. It's a rehabilitation of an existing facility where Butte Slough ties into the river. So next slide, Ryan. So project description, the Butte Slough Outfall Gate project includes removing and replacing the concrete structures on the inlet side, Butte Slough, outlet side, the Sacramento River. The inlet will have 7 new automated screw gates, new trash racks, new stop logs, and a new access ramp. The outlet will have 7 new automated screw gates. Both sides of the structure will have all-weather graded services. All 14 screw gates will be controlled automatically through a new SCADA system and level sensors, a new control building with backup propane generator, security fencing, and a new boat ramp. And I just want to remind folks that the function and operation of the structure will not change. And the goal is to upgrade the facility to reduce maintenance and eliminate safety issues. So with that, I would like to introduce Mr. Eric McGrath, the Flood Maintenance Office Project Manager, and give a description of the project.
One moment, please.
Eric, are you ready to go? He should be on, I hope.
I believe he should be unmuted.
I see his name, so he should, hopefully he'll be ready to go.
Eric McGrath, are you there?
Greg, do you have a backup in case he doesn't show?
Well,
if need be, I can handle it. This is Mark Bliss.
Yeah, that'd be.
We haven't run through the presentation.
That'd be fine, Mark. If Eric is not able to get on.
I'll go ahead and do this, and it'll be a little rough because I haven't actually seen the presentation yet, but I'll walk through it with you. So,
well, he wasn't supposed to do it. He's subbing in for somebody.
So, Mr. McGrath, if you're here, you can step back in. But at this point, so Butte Slough Outfall Gates is an existing facility, as Greg mentioned, on the Sacramento River at Butte Slough. The Outfall Gates is quite an old facility that needs to be rehabilitated. It has non-functioning components. It has significant safety concerns for DW to operate and maintain, and it's necessary to keep the flow split correct for water continuing down into the Sutter bypass versus water discharging into the Sacramento River. It's a one-way discharge from Butte Slough into the Sacramento River. And most of the water that comes down Butte Sink enters into the Sutter bypass and is used for fish runs and other issues. So go ahead and go to the next slide, Ryan, please. So as Greg pointed out, Butte Slough Outfall Gate sits at the confluence of the Sacramento River with Butte Slough, Colusa County, and Butte. In the Sutter Buttes area, Sutter County are right at this area. So you can see it's across from Calusa and downstream. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Ryan. This map north obviously is shown up on the left, and this just shows the flow splits going in from the Sacramento River area as part of the flood control project. And Butte Slough is pointed out in the green arrow.
Hi, Mark, this is Eric McGrath.
No, I'd like Eric to go ahead and step in and take over. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mike Mirzwa, for the chat pound 6 hint. I was both on the computer and my phone, but couldn't get through, so I apologize for that. So good afternoon, President Edgar and board members. I apologize for the technical difficulty. Can you guys hear me okay?
No problem.
Okay. So the purpose of this slide was basically to show you how BSOG integrates into the flood system right up there by the Center Buttes. At this location, Butte Creek and Cherokee Canal both feed into the Butte Slough, and the Butte Slough outfall gates allows 3,500 CFS to pass through the gates and into the Sacramento River, and anything beyond 3,500 CFS remains in the Butte Sink and eventually feeds into the Sutter Bypass downstream. Next slide, please. So the Butte Slough outfall gates was constructed in 1935 by the Army Corps of Engineers, and it consists of 7 66-inch diameter corrugated iron pipes, about 250 feet long each, and they extend through the levee, which was constructed across the Butte Slough as part of the east bank of the Sacramento River. The Central Valley Flood Protection Board officially accepted responsibility, was then the Reclamation Board, for the operation and maintenance of BSOG on September 12th of 1944. And maintenance of Butte Slough outfall gates was transferred to the state in 1953. And the legislature proclaimed that Water Resources, on behalf of the state, has supervisory powers over maintenance and operation of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project per Water Code 8360. Next slide, please. The only known rehabilitation since 1934 was conducted in 1985 by DWR. At that point, an outlet wall was added with a flashboard structure to allow maintenance on the flap gates, and the outlet wall has some serious erosion around it currently, and we are looking to replace that. Next slide, please. So just a little more detail on how this structure operates. During if normal high water occurs on the slough side of Butte Slough, monitoring flows from Butte Creek and Cherokee Canal are the key factors in determining where the water is coming from. High water will occur when the Sacramento River elevation exceeds 43 or 44 feet at the Butte Slough outfall gates. So a maximum of 3,500 cubic feet per second can be discharged through the 7 66-inch diameter metal pipes only when the river elevation is below 40 feet. When the river elevation exceeds 43 to 44 feet, the gravity is lost and the excess flows are then diverted down Sutter Bypass and Butte Slough to the south. This becomes the first key factor in knowing high flows will be occurring within the Sutter Bypass and gives us a 24-hour notice. Next slide, please. So some of the current issues we're having with the outfall gates is that the structure is undermined on both ends. We had dive inspections in the past, and they showed some erosion underneath the head wall structures. That if the head wall settles or separates from the pipes, the gates will be inoperable and we'll have total lack of control of the facility. The staff currently struggles to keep the gates operable. The gates are very worn and pitted. It's old metal, and they're weak due to corrosion. And removing debris is not efficient and very dangerous for the workers as well. Currently, a small boat is used to move debris near the shore so it can be removed with a boom truck or an excavator. There's no controls remotely, so all adjustments are made on site using a power drill, and it's very time consuming. It takes a lot of trips to the site when the facility is in operation. Existing design restricts preventative maintenance at the gates as well. There's no way to dewater and get into the gates to do maintenance on them. Next slide, please. So the goals of the current project for the rehabilitation include reducing risk for the staff and the public, correcting structural deficiencies, modernizing operational control, extending the operational life, and providing opportunities for future operational changes. With the new configuration, we can provide two-way flow. Next slide, please. So Greg covered some of this earlier, but just a quick recap on what this project entails. There's going to be site preparation and a construction laydown area, along with some access roads installed. Then there's going to be the installation of cofferdams to dewater the site, followed by excavation and demolition of the inlet and outlet of the existing facility, constructing new structural components, and installing a new inlet and outlet, including slide gates and trash racks. And those are going to be supported on piles. Establishing an on-site control facility with a backup power source and implementing structural and operational measures that would reduce long-term environmental impacts. Next slide, please. So this shows the existing gated inlet. You cannot see the pipes or the intake structure at all, just the catwalk above. This existing catwalk is used by the operators to open the slide gates using a generator and a large power drill. And just note that there's no way to dewater this side to inspect the gates or do any kind of repairs. When debris gets sucked into these pipes and clogs the gate, it's a dangerous operation to try to make them operable again. Next slide, please. So this is how the new inlet is intended to look. It's going to include the stop log structure with a maintenance ramp that will give us access to the front of that structure, along with a paved access on top with the control building. So it'll have access from both top and bottom. Next slide, please. Here's a view of the existing outlet that goes into the cove by the Sacramento River. This was installed in the 80s during the last rehabilitation project, and there's some serious erosion around it. It's hard to tell in the picture, but you can see there's actually water behind the structure on each end. Next slide, please. So here's a vision of what the new structure will look like. We're going to stabilize the bank at the outlet side because there's a lot of, basically it looks like boiling water when this thing's operable. So there's a lot of turbulence on this end. So we're going to incorporate bank stabilization along with the new stop log structure and access road. Next slide, please. Our existing milestones for this project, going back last year, I met with board staff and discussed the scope and permitting path and showed some existing plan sets we had at the time. In June of this year, we submitted the initial board core package for the 408. This board meeting, which is occurring now, and then in May of 2021, we're planning to start construction. Next slide, please. That's all I have. I believe Greg is going to step in with the request. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the board members?
I have a question. Are the culverts being replaced, or are the existing ones going to stay in place?
The existing ones are going to stay put. They were slip lined during that 1985 rehabilitation project, and we did a video inspection of those pipes, and they're in good shape.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Yes, Brian.
Yeah, I do. Just a quick one, out of curiosity more than anything else. How long you've been working on this and what it costs and who's paying for it?
Sure. This is being funded under DWR's, several funding sources, I should say. It started off as a bond-funded project, Proposition 1E. We have used some general fund as well. And there's also some funding in Proposition 1 for this project. We started doing investigations on this back about 12 years ago, probably, 2008 and 2009. We did some dive inspections and started developing the project and moved it fairly far along. It got put on hold for a while, and we picked it back up a year ago.
Hey, Bill, can I ask some questions?
Yes, go ahead.
Sort of to Brian's point, who's the owner of this particular facility? You might have mentioned that at the beginning, but I think I missed it.
It is part of the state plan of flood control, the Sacramento River Flood Control Project.
So the board owns it, or DWR owns it?
It's a project component, so I don't know the direct answer to that, but it would be true, just like a levee would be part of the project.
This is Mark List, DWR Flood Maintenance Office. Tim, the best answer to your question is the state of California owns that.
Okay. And then I'm sure this came up when you guys have been working on this over time, but what's the story, if there is one, about fish and streams? This goes both directions. Not a concern? Nobody brought it up yet?
Currently, the structure only flows one way. There's flap gates on the Sacramento River side. We are incorporating slide gates on that side to provide an option in the future. So we're not ruling out the possibility of two-way flow in case there is a future need for that.
Okay. Thanks. I assume this will come up at some point during the permitting of the project, but just wanted to get a little glimpse into that universe. Thanks.
Okay, this is an action item, members, so we'll need to have a motion and a second and vote on this.
Yeah, President Edgar, staff recommendation that the board approve the draft letter to the Army Corps in substantially the form provided and delegate the executive officer to sign and send the letter to the Army Corps.
Okay, there you go. What's the action right there? We have a motion and a second.
President Egger, I'll make the motion to approve staff's recommendation with the executive officer to sign and send the letter to the Corps.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Second, please.
This is Jane, second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously by the board. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I'd like to take item F now before, and then I'll take a break if you don't mind. Leslie, you want to take item F?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. Ryan, can you bring up the slides, please, on 9F? And I'm pinch hitting this item today, so give me just a second. We had to make some last minute changes. Are you able to find that, Ryan? Thank you. You can go. Okay, so I know you've all read the staff report on this item, but I thought you would also benefit from some additional context. The original concept around this item was to showcase a creative resolution to an intractable problem. This is a project that is currently under construction, and we had hoped to be further along in the agreements by the time this board meeting occurred. We still believe the concept is viable, and we wanted to take just a few minutes to introduce this to you, and of course, take any questions you might have as well. So Ryan, can you go to the next slide, please? So those were our original goals that we had for this item. And if you can go to the next slide, I'll just show you the project location. You saw this generally in your last item. This is very close to where the outfall gates are. The area in question here is what's circled, the Tisdale bypass in yellow. And the next slide shows a little bit closer up, including the removal footprint and the spoils site. The removal site is going to be in the bypass, and the spoils site is a parcel owned by the SSJDD, managed by the board, and also currently leased for farming operations. The Tisdale bypass is one of those facilities that is within the state plan of flood control, but maintained by the department per their water code 8361 list. And the flood maintenance office is managing the current sediment removal project. This is a fairly large project, which will excavate 500,000 cubic yards of fill from the bypass and then replace about 100,000 cubic yards back. Next slide, Ryan. These types of large-scale maintenance projects have been undertaken before, here in Tisdale most recently, in 2007, pursuant to board permit number 18212. DWR removed about 1.7 million cubic yards of sediment that time and placed them on the adjacent agricultural land, utilizing a temporary permit. In 2008, the property was purchased in the name of the SSJDD to use as a spoil site, but it also continues to support a viable farming operation. Next slide, Ryan. Just to outline a number of approval authorities that the board has in addition to the land management function of the SSJDD, I've listed a couple of the pertinent water code sections here. And then Ryan, next slide. As well as some text from our regulations that more specifically lay out when a permit is required for improvement projects or for maintenance activities. Next slide, Ryan. So did we and do we still hope to accomplish with these agreements? When executed, the maintenance agreement would recognize maintenance activities, including those involving, as here, significant excavations, but they could be allowed without the need to reapply for a board permit. The land use agreement would recognize the existing use of the property and serve as a notice for future lessees, and also keep some parameters around our ability to manage our properties. Next item. While we aren't quite as far along as we had hoped by this board meeting, we do have some next steps scoped out. We are hopeful we can get across the finish line with these two agreements and also tee up a policy discussion for board consideration, more largely regarding maintenance activities system-wide and whether the use of these agreements is a viable option for any of our stakeholders. Of course, we will continue working with the department to finalize these agreements, hopefully before the work on this project is completed next month. And we'll have something to report regardless at the next board meeting on progress. And with that, I would take any questions from the board. And I also have our staff here to handle any other specific questions. Mr. President?
Thank you, Leslie, very much. Just as a matter of background, have we ever disapproved a permit asked by the department?
Not to my knowledge. I would ask Michael or Gary, perhaps.
Okay. Are they going to, does the department have to get permits from other agencies like Fish and Wildlife and SHPO and agencies like that? Are they required to do that for these maintenance projects?
I do believe that there were permits issued from regulatory agencies for this project.
Okay. These are the questions. This reminds me, Leslie, of the big fight we had with the Delta Stewardship Council as to whether we ought to have our plan be make a conformance finding to the plan. And we wrestled around with that, with legal opinions going back and forth and fussing around. And finally, somebody wiser than me just said, well, why don't you just make a finding and nobody's going to disapprove it. Just make a finding and get on with this program. And I think if, we've been very supportive of all the department's activities. We are the regulatory agency, have an overall responsibility. They, of course, have authority under certain sections of the water code to do maintenance activities themselves. And the question is raised whether they're exempt from our review or whether they ought to just get a permit. And it seems to me that we're in the doghouse with the Corps, as you know, and we're trying to, through a bunch of SWIFTs and LOIs, get out of the doghouse by maintaining and operating this system more in accordance with what the Corps' directions are. And so we're trying to beef up the operations and enforcement facilities, or enforcement operations and maintenance responsibilities, since we did make those assurances when we accepted the system, and we're under the gun from the Corps to do that. And they're being, I think, pretty reasonable in terms of giving us a little bit of time to get back into compliance. But as you know, we're 95%, if you don't count the SWIFTs and LOIs, out of compliance with all the levee reaches in the system. So we got a lot of work to do, and we're trying to beef up our operations and maintenance. As you know, that was one of the priorities of the board when we adopted the updated plan. So it seems to me that, notwithstanding all the opinions of the lawyers, and trying to implement the resiliency plan as the administration has told us to do, as we work across these silos that we have that have all these plans and all these responsibilities, we're going to have to just do things that maybe the strict interpretation of the law is not responsible. But it seems to me that Title 23 requires that we have a permit for extensive excavation, and a net of 400,000 cubic yards sounds like something that would be extensive excavation. But notwithstanding all that, I just think that if we're going to maintain our responsibility as the regulator, we've got to be pretty strict about it, or we're not going to pass the tests of the Corps. So I don't know. I just liken this to the problem that we have had with the Delta Stewardship Council, and we've finally agreed. Notwithstanding all the lawyers, we're going to make a finding. We're going to make a finding as to the plan is in compliance with the Delta plan, and a report, and that solves the problem. But it seems to me we're going to get into these issues all the time, but I don't see the problem, since the department has to file for permits anyway, why they wouldn't file for a permit here. But anyway, I think you're wise. I think you need to go back and get this straightened out and come back with a solution that the department and the board can live with. We've been told we don't want to raise these kinds of issues at the, secretarial level or the agency level, we ought to work them out together, and that's what we're going to try to do. So I would support your recommendation. Are there any other questions from the board?
I have a comment.
I have a question too.
We don't issue permits to the Corps. Why would we issue permits to the Department of Water Resources? I don't understand that.
Well, our regulations say we're supposed to, Joe.
So issue ourselves a permit. The regulations say we have to issue ourselves. We're the state of California. I really have trouble understanding that.
Tim?
So just so I'm clear, I guess 13 years ago, we did issue a permit, right, for work that was done? And
in 2007.
And so this is not issuing a permit. This is an agreement that would be specific just to this particular project, right? So I'm sure there's other permits that have to be applied for and garnered before they can do the work. So we're not going to issue a permit this time. We're going to have a separate agreement. Is that
on regarding this work? This work is being done right now as we speak. This was Leslie's attempt to wrap some paper around the work that's already being done. The Tisdale Weir project. The work is already.
And more broadly, we're hoping that something like this would help with future maintenance projects as well, with more than just this one maintainer. It's one of those creative ideas we've had floating out for a while. We thought it would be useful here.
right? So as much as I understand, Joe's comment, I guess it was more of a rhetorical question. The different state organizations have different authorities and roles, and as convoluted as that might be sometimes, we're supposed to follow them both because we're providing an example for everybody else and because there isn't a path for us to not do that. So I don't know what happened historically here, Leslie. I'm sure there's a story that we don't have the whole picture of. That's okay. We can get it offline, but it just feels like, we need to have our paperwork in order. And that's what you're trying to do. So let's do our best to provide it.
I think we need our paperwork in order to get out from the doghouse that the Corps has us in right now, to be honest. We got to step up our responsibility. And Joe, to be honest, the way I look at this, it's a way to force the silos to begin to work together. And I don't know, they don't, and that's one of the problems. And this is one way to force them to work with one another. That's just, anyway.
The thing that's strange here is this is maintenance work. We don't issue permits for every bit of maintenance that's done by the Department of Water Resources. That would be ridiculous.
No, that's right. And under Section 6, the Title 23, there's the exemption provisions. That's
exactly.
Yeah, but it says with regard to excavation, it says significant excavation. Would you consider this significant or not?
If it's just restoring the channel to what it was before, no, I wouldn't consider it.
Well, that's in the eyes of the beholder. See, that's where the issue is. And my concern is, so what? I mean, just have them get a permit or have them do this agreement and so on. We're all informed of what the project is and everybody's got their paperwork in order and you move forward. That's all I'm concerned about. It's the same thing you said about the Delta Council and us fighting about whether we ought to make a finding on whether our plan was in compliance. So what? Just make a finding, right? That's what you said. And it seems to me that the same thing is here. I don't know what we've never, at least to my knowledge, we've always been very cooperative with the department. We want to be cooperative with the department. That's our job. We've invested all our connections and all our relationships locally to get them to approve the plan of flood control. That's why it's been approved and it's been so successful, is because of the work we've done to support the department, and we'll continue to do that. But at this point, I just think it's it's a way we can force the silos to work together, which is one of the problems we've had.
Who's not working together?
Well, anyway. Anybody else?
So, Mr. President, that was just an informational item. There was no action for the board.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment on this item? Okay, let's take a 15-minute break. Thank you, Ryan. Ready to go, Leslie?
I
Okay,
believe we have everyone on tap for the next item, item G.
Yes. Okay. Let me introduce this item. Members, we're on item 9G. This is enforcement case 2018-723 Palmer Hatch. The board is being asked to approve a cease and desist order that was issued on August 24th, 2020, and is effective upon that issuance. Just for the board's edification, the California Water Code requires an affirmation at a regularly scheduled board meeting after the issuance of a CDO, a cease and desist order. This respondent may appear at the meeting to contest the CDO. The meeting is not an evidentiary hearing. However, the board may, within its discretion, consider any new evidence presented at the meeting by the respondent and may ultimately affirm, amend, or modify, stay, or rescind the CDO that has been issued by the staff. If the respondent fails to appear at the meeting, the board may affirm the CDO by default. The CDO is affirmed and the respondent fails to comply with the actions required within the applicable time, then we will schedule an enforcement hearing. And that's scheduled before the board, and the enforcement hearing is a evidentiary hearing, as you know, pursuant to California Water Code. Now, members, the way we want to process, the process I'd like to follow is we're going to have a presentation by the staff, beginning with Justin Lee, who is the Deputy Attorney General representing the staff. As you know, Jeet Dua is representing the board, so we have a little firewall between the staff and the board, acting as a hearing body, or not a hearing body, but at least an independent body representing the board. So Jeet will be counsel for the board, and Mr. Lee will be representing the staff on this. We will have the staff presentation, which will start off with Mr. Lee as the spokesperson, and then a staff presentation by the members of the staff. There'll be questions from the board. Mr. Hatch will listen to his response as the respondent, and then staff response to Mr. Hatch's presentation, questions from the board, comments from the public, final comments by Mr. Hatch, and final comments by the staff. So we're going to have the presentation by the staff, questions from the board, Mr. Hatch's response, staff response to Mr. Hatch's presentation, additional questions from the board, comments from the public, final comments, Mr. Hatch, final comments from the staff. We'll then bring the matter back to the board, and you will be asked to, for a decision to affirm the CDO, amend the CDO, modify the CDO, stay or rescind the CDO. So that's the action we'll be required to take. So at this point, unless there are any questions about that, I'm going to turn this over to Justin Lee, who will make the introductory comments. Hearing none, Mr. Lee, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the board. So I was going to do this introduction as a way to just brief the board on some of the procedure behind the cease and desist order meeting. But it looks like, Mr. President, you did a pretty thorough job in explaining that. So unless board has any questions about procedure, I was going to just turn it over to Eric Mao.
Well, thank you for that. I'm not an attorney, you're the attorney. Okay, any questions from the board at this point about process, procedure, how we're going to run this? Why Mr. Lee is here as opposed to Jeet Dua? Any questions? Okay, let's proceed with the staff presentation.
Thank you, President Edgar. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
All right, great. I'll get started. Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and members of the board. My name is Eric Mann. I'll be giving a presentation for agenda item 9G, the cease and desist order meeting for enforcement case 2018-723. The respondent is Mr. Palmer Hatch, and he is represented by his attorney, Mr. Brian Manning. Next slide, please. As President Edgar and Justin mentioned, the purpose of this meeting is to determine whether the board will affirm, amend, modify, stay, or rescind the CDO. Staff's recommendation is to affirm the CDO issued to Mr. Palmer Hatch on August 24th, 2020. The violation location is off north of the Calusa Highway. This location map shows that it is west of the California 99 in Gridley and northwest of Yuba City. The location is located on a federal levee system located in Maintenance Area 13, or MA13. MA13 is maintained by the Department of Water Resources Southern Maintenance Yard. This levee system is part of the State Plan of Flood Control System, SPFC system, along the Cherokee Canal. Here is a closer image, aerial image of the violations. There are 5 unpermitted waterside encroachments and 2 unpermitted landside encroachments. In my next few slides, I'll present a summary of these violations and show some photos taken during a site visit. Thank you, Ryan. So here we have a summary table of these violations, which I will go into detail a little bit more. The first 5, as it shows here, are the waterside encroachments, and the last 2 are the land side. Okay, so violation 1, 3 16-inch steel irrigation pipes on the water side. As you can see here, the pipes show corrosion, and they are connected to a U-shaped concrete head wall. These photos were taken on February 22nd, 2018. Violation number 2, 1 concrete U-shaped head wall. And as you can see on the picture on the left, we see noticeable erosion occurring. Violation number 3, a pump structure, the corroded pump structure on the water side. Violation number 4, 3 36-inch corrugated metal pipe riser units, CMP riser units, on the land side, water side slope. Violation number 5, electrical boxes, meters, and a wooden structure, water side slope. And lastly, violations 6 and 7, 1 concrete outlet structure and a 36-inch pipe with slide gate on the land side. As such, the NOV's corrective actions to the respondent are as such. To apply for a board permit for the 7 unpermitted structures, encroachments, the respondent will also need to provide evidence that the integrity of the facilities are intact. Or the respondent may remove or properly abandon the irrigation facilities to Title 23 standards. And I now will give a little summary of the case. As I mentioned, the location of the facility is located off the Calusa Highway along Cherokee Canal in MA13. Due to the conditions of the facilities, a notice of violation, an NOV, was issued to the respondent on March 30th, 2018. On June 28th and October 24th, board staff held meetings with the respondent in Yuba City. No resolution was made. On March 1st of 2019 and October 25th of 2019, board staff attempted to re-engage the respondent. And successfully, on December 3rd, we were able to perform a site visit along with the respondent and his attorney. On January 30th, 2020, board staff received a letter from the respondent's attorney disagreeing with the basis of the NOV. Additional correspondences occurred between board staff and the respondent's attorney. No resolution was made. The CDO was issued to Mr. Palmer Hatch on August 24th, 2020. So for the next few slides, I'll be covering some of the key positions that board staff have that is in disagreement with the respondents. Staff has three major key points. The first, documents prepared pursuant to the easement acquired by the board show that these irrigation facilities are the responsibility of the respondent. A grant deed and memorandum of agreement, an MOA, was developed in response for an eminent domain proceeding filed by the board in the Butte County Superior Courts in May 8th of 1959. In this MOA, in paragraph 11, it states, the grantee, which is the board, shall be under no duty or obligation to maintain after completion any structures or facilities of the grantor, which is the respondent, which it may repair, replace, construct, or reconstruct pursuant to this agreement. Staff has confirmed that this MOA in grant deed 03424 indicate that the maintenance of this irrigation structure is the responsibility of the grantor and not the state.
Hey, Eric, just on that point, is that been recorded in Butte County on the property itself with the county assessor's office?
Mr. President, I believe it definitely is noted in their superior court.
No, is it on the property?
But on the property,
that's what a grant deed usually does. But
yes, I would think so. If I can defer to either Justin or my supervisor, Andales, if they have any thoughts on that.
Well, yeah, what I say is a grant deed is supposed to do that.
Yes.
Whether it in fact does do that is you have
Correct.
to go down to the courthouse and have some eyeballs, you know.
Agreed. Yeah. Yes, that is true, President Edgar, that is true.
Okay, well,
okay.
We need to close that loop anyway.
Okay. Here we have an image. This is a map we have is an ownership exhibit prepared by the Department of Water Resource Division of Engineering. Just to help orient everyone, the violation here is shown in the top middle portion of the exhibit, and this is shown blown up in detail A on your top right. This shows that the board has SSJDD easement via the grant deed 3424, as previously mentioned. And just for visual, also it shows the property that Mr. Hatch owns. There's the smaller yellow portion south of the location and two larger yellow parcels south of the Calusa Highway. And as a reminder, this deed 3424, it was executed pursuant to the 1965 MOA. Thank you. Point number 2, the facilities are used solely for irrigation by the respondent and therefore the respondent's responsibility to maintain. The structures were constructed by the Corps as part of a levee improvement in this area, and these facilities are also noted in the Army Corps' as-built drawings dated in February 24th of 1955. This is consistent with what is referred to in paragraph 6 of the MOA, and I read, grantors hereby authorize grantee or its agents to modify or relocate their existing pumping plant substantially in accordance with the Army Corps file number 50-45311 and sheet 23 thereof, in which is hereby incorporated herein and made part of this agreement, this MOA agreement. Also, the DWR Sutter Yard has confirmed that these irrigation facilities are not maintained nor have been operated by DWR, as they are considered to be private facilities. Respondent has acknowledged that he uses the irrigation facilities to remove water from the canal, Cherokee Canal, to irrigate his land. He is therefore the beneficiary of these facilities and thus responsible. Point number 3, the irrigation facilities are subject to board permitting requirements. The board's regulation addresses this issue. Pursuant to the California Code of Regulations, Title 23, in Section 6A, any encroachment that exists within the board's jurisdiction must have a board permit. Furthermore, in Section 6B, it states, the permits may be required by the board for existing structures that predate permitting, or where it is necessary to establish the conditions normally imposed by permitting. The circumstances include that those where responsibility for the encroachments has not been clearly established or ownership and use has not been revised. So although these facilities were reconstructed by the Corps, neither the MOA or any documentation reviewed by staff has indicated that these facilities are exempt from board permitting requirements. As such, I'd just like to cover the last 2 items that is mentioned in our staff report for this case, and that is the proof of service and the CEQA analysis. The NOV was issued to the respondent on March 30th, 2018. Staff received confirmation that the respondent has received the notice of violation by sending us a response letter on April 11th. In August 24th of this year, staff issued a CDO via email to the respondent, and the next day we sent a physical copy of the CDO that was mailed via overnight service, and thus meeting our statutory requirements. Also, a physical copy was mailed to the respondent's attorney, also through the overnight service. Lastly, staff received confirmation from the respondent that he has indeed received the CDO on April 27th of this year. Board staff has prepared the following CEQA determination that we, as the board acting as the lead agency, have determined that the enforcement action is categorically exempt with accordance to the CEQA guidelines under 21A, because we are a regulatory agency to enforce standards. So with that, I would like staff recommends that the board affirm the CDO sent to Mr. Hatch on August 24th of this year for this enforcement case. And with that, I'd like to open this time up for questions or comments that the board members may have. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the board on this item, from the staff, related to the staff presentation? Okay, hearing none. Leslie, you don't see any, do you?
I don't have anything here, Mr. President.
Okay. All right. Then we're going to have comments from the respondent, either Mr. Manning or Mr. Hatch or both. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Brian Manning, and I'm with the Desmond Nolan Leviatch Cunningham firm, here for Mr. Palmer Hatch to respond to these, what I'll call alleged violations. The Hatch family has been farming these lands for nearly 100 years. And Palmer Hatch, who is with me today, he's an actual signator to the documents that were recently discussed. I kind of want to go back a little bit, well, not a little bit, but quite a ways, and just touch briefly on how we got here. If you look at the kind of the history of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project, and you go back to the Flood Control Act of 1936, that resulted in a report that was prepared by the Corps of Engineers And that included a study of 9 minor tributaries of the Sacramento River Valley, and that included the Cherokee Canal. That report was submitted to the United States Congress as document number 649 in the 78th Congress second session. That document, 649, led to the Flood Control Act of 1944. And as part of the Flood Control Act of 1944, California legislation via the State Water Resources Act of 1945. That document adopted and authorized House document number 649. We're kind of putting the pieces of the puzzle together here. And pursuant to Water Code 12657, the state gave assurances to the feds, including the assurance that it would operate and maintain the Sacramento River Flood Control Project consistent with standard operation and maintenance manuals. That includes the Cherokee Canal. So as a result of the Flood Control Act of 1944, there was a general design document that was, I don't know if you can see that, but general design document that was created for the Cherokee Canal that was dated November 15th, 1958. A major problem with the Cherokee Canal, as described in the design document, was that there was a significant amount of overtopping of these, farmer-built levees. And this project, the Cherokee Canal project, was designed to help remedy that situation. And so it required new levees and drainage features. This Cherokee Canal general design resulted in specification number 2549, contract number DA-04-167, civil engineer -59-135, and drawing number 50-4-3511, which is a long-winded way of saying these are official document. That's the official designation of this plan, of this design. That work that was the subject of those drawings was finished on December 18th, 1959. And per a letter from the Corps of Engineers that is included in the Cherokee Canal Operation and Maintenance Manual, the Corps of Engineers transferred these works, the works that are described in those drawings in that contract. The Corps transferred all of those works over to the state. And the state response, this reclamation board back in on February 3rd, 1960, formally accepted this levee and channel work for operation and maintenance. That's pursuant to a February 16th, 1960 letter. It's all included in the operation and maintenance manual that says we are accepting all of these works that were included in the document that was the subject of the various drawings, that long dash, dash, dash that I just referenced. So it's critically important to understand that on February 3rd, 1960, the Reclamation Board, this Central Valley Flood Protection Board, accepted those works, which includes the maintenance. And I want to talk about why I'm making a big deal about that is because the drawing number 50-4-351, that includes sheet number 23.3. That sheet number 23.3 are the exact facilities we're talking about here. So this isn't something that is brand new that was just built a year ago or 2 years ago or 3 years ago. This was built by the United States Army Corps of Engineers. And that was in the 1950s, 1959. So if you look at the operation and maintenance manual's description of project works, those are the works that the state has agreed to operate and maintain by code. It's given those assurances to the federal government. We are going to maintain these project works. And if you look at page 22 of the Operation and Maintenance Manual, there's a heading 4-04, and that's entitled Drainage and Irrigation Structures. These are project works, describing project works. And it goes on to list those projects works for which the state is responsible. In that description, and it's kind of hard here on the Zoom, but you can look back, I guess, if you need to. There is a description of 3 steel pipes and risers at Unit 2, left bank of the Cherokee Canal at Levee Mile 21. So these are the exact pipes and risers that are the subject of this CDO. These are the exact pipes and risers that the Rec Board accepted on February 3rd, 1960, as shown in that drawing 50-4-311. So let's jump to what some of you might be thinking about, paragraph 11 of the Memorandum of Understanding regarding maintenance. And that was talked about in the staff report. So that language came from a statute that was in existence when the Memorandum of Agreement was being drafted. It is a carryover of statutory language. So if you look at the statute that existed at the time, it's Water Code 8535. And remember who the grantee is in this grant deed. The grantee is Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District. That's who it's referring to regarding maintenance in the MOA. At the time, Water Code 8535 read, the drainage district, the board, and members thereof are not responsible or liable for the operation or maintenance of levees or other flood control works within or belonging to the drainage district. So that language got carried over into the MOA. But that's not controlling on this as it relates to the state's responsibility. And I want to point out, and the reason why it's not controlling on the state's responsibility is because, as I'm sure you all know, the drainage district and the board are not responsible for the maintenance, the day-to-day maintenance. That falls to the local maintaining agencies or DWR. And in this situation, you had Reclamation District 833, and that eventually got disbanded or dissolved and resulted in State Maintenance Area 13. So if you look at that language in the Memorandum of Agreement, and I want to point out that that Memorandum of Agreement, to my knowledge, isn't recorded. That's not the grant deed. The grant deed is the indenture, and that's included in your package. The indenture does not include that language. It does not include the language about maintenance. It says that the board is taking for the right to construct, reconstruct, operate, and maintain these various works. So I also want to say that the staff report states that the MOA and grant deed indicate that it is the grantor's responsibility for maintenance. That's indicate isn't good enough. There's nothing that states it is the responsibility of the owner to maintain these project works. So you might be thinking, well, you know, that's all great, but times are changing. We heard earlier about you know, the state being kind of in the doghouse of the Corps, and there was a significant plan of that was a comprehensive review of the state plan of flood control. And so now I want to jump from the 1930s, 40s, and 50s and 60s all the way to 2007 and talk about the updated plan that is described in Water Code 1264.5. So after the Paterno decision, and this is straight from the legislative findings and declarations of that statute, the purpose of this overall review of the plan is that the status, and this quote, the status of each flood facility became critically important to determining liability, and legal ambiguities led to questions about whether particular facilities were incorporated into a state or federal state flood control project. So part of this plan and what the legislature directed is to make a determination of, or redetermination as it may be, of which facilities are included in our project. So we know who has responsibility for those. So if you look at the findings of the Central Valley Flood Management Planning Program, State Plan of Flood Control Descriptive Document, November 2010. This is a document that was prepared by the state to make a determination in part, what facilities are ours? What facilities are our responsibility? Because we need to know. That's what the legislature has directed us to do. And that resulted in this November 2010 document. And if you look at that document, it says this report, quote, this report provides an inventory and description of flood control projects and works, parentheses, facilities. The word facilities is critically important. Those facilities, lands, programs, plans, conditions, and modes of operation and maintenance for the state federal flood protection system in the Sacramento River and San Joaquin River watersheds of California. Remember the word facilities, though. This state plan, and going on to quote, still on guide page 1. This state plan of flood control descriptive document is the first inventory of the state plan of flood control that has been compiled or referenced in a single report. So in section 3 of that document, there is a description of the various state plan of flood control facilities. And that describes the state plan of flood control project works or facilities located on the various reaches of the Sacramento and San Joaquin River. So again, looking at that term facilities, that has special meaning because it means that's ours. That's our responsibility. And if you jump to page 3-24, there's discussion of the Cherokee Canal. And it states, quote, SPFC facilities. See O&M Manual SAC 519, Operation and Maintenance Manual. SPF facilities, see O&M Manual SAC 519, consist of levees along the Cherokee Canal and irrigation and drainage structures from Sutter Basin to high ground. The facilities, which include levees, irrigation, and drainage structures, are intended to provide reduced flood risk to adjacent agricultural lands. The facilities are maintained by DWR through Maintenance Area 13. These are your words. These are the words that were adopted and authorized in this report. So what does all this mean? This means that the facilities, they describe them as irrigation facilities in the staff report. These facilities that are the subject of this cease and desist order are project works that are admittedly the responsibility of the state, not the owner. If you look at all of the documented evidence, all of the documents that exist, besides the staff report, there is a recognition that these are state responsible facilities. Just as recently as 2010. You can go back to the 1950s or you can look at 2010. So there is a determination and reaffirmation that the facilities are the state's responsibilities. And I believe all of this makes sense if you look at the history of how it got to this point. And going back to the taking, the eminent domain action from the 1950s and 60s. So now we're jumping back in time.
Mr. Manning, can we wrap this up, please?
No, I thought there was a time limit on this.
Well, there will be if you can't wrap it up.
I mean, I'll wrap it up. I will wrap it up.
Thank you. Just please proceed.
Okay, if you look at the state's assurances, it was to acquire all necessary rights of way for the Sacramento River Flood Control Project. And that included taking property from Palmer Hatch and his father that resulted in an eminent domain action being filed. And as this board knows, an eminent domain action is initiated with a resolution of necessity. And that describes what is exactly necessary for the project. And here the Reclamation Board adopted a resolution of necessity on April 1st, 1959 to acquire the rights and obligations in the Hatch property for the Cherokee Canal project. And that's a binding determination. And that determination was made that we're taking property from the Hatch family to construct, reconstruct, and maintain the levees and all of the appurtenances thereto, including but not limited to all appurtenant structures and incidental works. That's what they were taking for. And these facilities that we're talking about are appurtenances. And that's what's, so the state took for these reasons. It also took the right to flow water onto the Hatch property. And that's exactly what's been occurring over the years. Water has flowed from the Cherokee Canal out onto the land side, and it has flooded property on the land side. So there is, and that could be consistent with the rights that were acquired. But if it's not, then that's an improper flooding of property without authorization. Because we believe that, though we believe that the risers and pipes are project works as defined by the O&M manual and the 2010 document, if you make a determination that they're not, then there is a flooding of property because of the failure to operate these facilities as proposed. So we believe that this tour through history shows that the responsibility and maintenance lies with the states, and that the CDO should not issue. And talking quickly about the permit. The permitting is pretty simple. There is a statement in the indenture, the grant deed, that says Mr. Hatch has a continued right to operate these facilities. A right is different from getting a permit from the record. So I know there was discussion about 23 CR6, today's statute, but that statute's irrelevant because these facilities do not predate permitting. What existed at the time that this was entered into was 23 CCR 17. These facilities were authorized when expressly permitted to do so by a permit, easement, or agreement executed between said person and the district. So at the time that this was entered into, you could either get a permit or enter into an agreement. We have an agreement. We have an agreement that gives Mr. Hatch the right to continue to utilize these facilities. So he doesn't need a permit from the Rec Board, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And the reason why that's important is because a permit is not a right. A permit is permission. A permit can say to Mr. Hatch, you need to take these facilities out now, and you need to take them out at your expense. That's not a right. So I think that if you're going to look to the language of the agreement as controlling, there is a continuing right to have these facilities there. So we believe that a permit is not necessary, and we believe that the maintenance obligations that exist are fall to the state, and you have the wrong person here. You should be calling the DWR Maintenance Area 13 to make a determination of why they have not been complying with their maintenance obligations. Because this was 60 years ago that this agreement was entered into and these facilities were built. And now we're in 2020, and you're trying to point the finger at Mr. Hatch to say it's your responsibility, despite what the historical documents say and what the 2010 documents say. So we do believe that you should rescind the CDO and proceed forward with getting the necessary maintenance done on these facilities. If there is a problem with them, I'm not sure there is, because I think the script is flipped by requiring Mr. Hatch to try and show that there is sufficient integrity with them. So thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, we're happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lee, do you have a response to that?
Yes, Mr. President. I'd like to just a couple things. With regard to the board regulations, Section 6 of Title 23 of the California Code of Regulations clearly allows for permitting of facilities where it's necessary to establish the conditions normally imposed by permitting. So when we have a facility like this that isn't under a permit, the right thing to do by the board would be to, require permits so they can require those maintenance type of activities. The argument that because it doesn't predate the facilities, Mr. Hatch shouldn't be subject to those permitting requirements. It is inconsistent with the clear language in Section 6. And I just want to kind of summarize for the board what I think Mr. Hatch is asking the board to do. I think what Mr. Hatch is basically asking is for the state to pay for the maintenance of an unpermitted private irrigation facility that's only used by Mr. Hatch. And clearly that's not something that's contemplated by the board regulations or the statutes. I know he went through this great history of how the facilities came to be, but most of that is irrelevant because we have Section 6 that clearly dictates what happens in this situation. So that's my only quick comments. I don't want to take too much of the board's time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from the board?
Mr. President, I have a few questions. And who do I direct my legal questions to?
Well, the staff attorney is Mr. Lee.
Okay. So I don't know where to start here, but I'm gonna go with this. Was there a drainage project there before there was a project that was to reconstruct that levee? Did Mr. Hatch have pipes that access the creek for irrigation?
President Edgar, Ms. Griego, Angeles Calizo, Enforcement Section Chief, I think I will answer this for you. Mr. Hatch, or his father, did have an existing irrigation facility that existed at the time that the levee improvement project came about. And as a result, you'll see the as-bills were included in the project, noted that the facilities were being rebuilt because they were necessary in order for the project to come about. So those are captured in the documents that Mr. Manning referenced and also in the staff report that were included.
Thank you. What's the cost of a permit for this type of project?
In this case, because the facilities were documented in federal project as-bills, the fee is minimal. It's $300 compared to a $2,500 for a typical irrigation facility.
And that permit would include to replace all of the structures that was noted in the staff report?
The action or the corrective action in the CDO and the NOV is essentially filed for an encroachment permit with documentation. In this case, would be some sort of video inspection or a pressure test that shows that the facilities interior are intact. What staff has noted is exterior corrosion on the facilities, and therefore we're making the interpretation that there might be some potential issues. So before we permit the facilities, we want to have certainty that the facilities are in fact working properly.
If the project had to be replaced in its entirety, what kind of cost would be looking at? Is it over $1 million, under $1 million?
I wouldn't be able to answer that for you, Ms. Griego, but I'd imagine based on other irrigation facilities that have come before a board, it's in the upwards of $250,000 and up for environmental and permitting requirements as well.
Thank you, and I won't hold you to that. I was just kind of getting an estimate of that. And then what is the precedence that it's happened? Because I'm sure that this is not the first time that this kind of issue has come before the board. What's been the precedence of this board as it relates to these kind of issues?
I think the position that staff is bringing to the board is consistent with past actions and past staff items and actions before the board. When there are facilities that were for private use, which in this case the irrigation facilities are, the staff's evaluation and corrective action for those if they are not permitted is to obtain a permit so that they can be properly categorized and also establish responsibility of the facilities.
Okay. And then for Mr. Manning, you talked about rights. And I understand that, but rights can also be adjusted or removed. It's actually the permit that gives you a right, as far as that, my experience goes. I just wanted to say that because I thought it was important. That concludes my questions.
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Lee. Mr. Manning recited a long history of the project itself and the assumption by the old rec board of the facilities and saying that this particular facility was part of the facilities we have assumed from the Corps of Engineers and took responsibility for maintenance. And he's saying that maintenance continues to be our problem, not the individual party's problem. As I understand, your response to that was it's irrelevant because the new sections of the water code say that we have the responsibility under the code to grant permits that are either for private use or public use, but in case of private use, they have to be paid for by the property owner. Is that essentially what we're talking about here?
That's correct, Mr. President. And I also want to add, DWR is obviously the local maintaining agency in this instance. And they've already concluded that Mr. Hatch's pumping facility is a private facility, and it's not something that's essential to the maintenance of the Cherry Canal. So, if they are the local maintaining agency and they don't think it's part of the necessary maintenance, then I think that's kind of the conclusion here. I mean, this is, I think, what we should go with, because they're the ones that are on the ground making those determinations. And also, if it really is the state's responsibility to maintain these things and they don't think it's essential to the flood control project, then we can just get rid of it, right? Shouldn't the state be able to just get rid of it? And then I guess Mr. Hatch loses the ability to irrigate water, but because he's the only one kind of benefiting from the existence of the pumping facility, by his own argument, then the state should be able to just get rid of it.
Okay. Anything else by the board? Questions by the board?
Mr. President, Jane, am I unmuted?
Oh, yeah. Hi, Jane.
Okay. I forgot to star 6 before. So Board Member Griego asked and got an answer to a question that I had put there. If a irrigation facility of any part for use of water from the creek at that point or drainage way existed, and it did, I think we all have been aware, either prior to being on the board or on the board, that there are any number of flood system improvement projects that are called for replacement of private roads, private docks, private irrigation systems, things like that. But then they are retained as a private system. I completely accept that it is the state's responsibility to maintain the levees, but I can't make that leap. That it is the state's taxpayer's responsibility to provide maintenance reconstruction for something that is solely private use. And I do look at the indenture, and that was recorded to title in June 1965. And this one paragraph just sounds pretty darn strong to me. Witness here, the grantor grants to the grantee the right to construct, reconstruct, enlarge, repair, operate, and maintain the levee of the Cherokee Canal, together with appurtenance hereto, that would be to the levee, provided that the granting of this shall not be construed as inconsistent with grantor, which is the landowner, continued right to operate, reconstruct, enlarge, repair, replace, and maintain a pumping plant hereafter. So that it tells me we can't make a decision, an agreement that the state has responsibility for something that you have an indenture signed that it belongs to the landowner. And it would be it's pretty close to a grant of public funds for private purpose, which we cannot do either. Now, I think this can be resolved. I'm not so sure that everything is dilapidated because it has some rust on the pipe, but we don't know because there hasn't been a response to the notice of violation that this is, I as a landowner operating this as my benefit can demonstrate that it's operational. And that's, it's a cumbersome title, cease and desist, but ultimately that's what it would ask and require the landowner to do. If you think this is okay, tell us why. Because it's yours, not the state's.
Okay, I have a question, Angeles. The way these property owners, or the way these assessment districts work, the maintenance area assessments, I guess this is 13 up there. Is that the number we're talking about? The way they work and get their funds is that they establish a budget and allocate the cost of the funds to the property owner. Now, are we talking, let's assume that they did that. Wouldn't he end up paying anyway?
Oh, no.
President Edgar, if somebody from the Department of Water Resources Maintenance Yard is available to answer that, I would defer to them for that proper answer for you.
This is Mark List, Flood Maintenance Office. I can answer basically any cost associated with operation and maintenance of Maintenance Area 13 would be, we take it to an annual board meeting. The board adopts that budget. It gets sent through the assessor, our governmental accounting office to the assessor's office and distributed to those property owners protected by that maintenance area. So in answer to your specific question, Mr. Edgar, yes, if the department identified that as a needed item for operations and maintenance of the system, it would be distributed to those parties protected. And so ultimately, Mr. Hatch would pay a portion of that pursuant to his portion of protection provided by the levee system.
Do you know by just ballpark, Mark, how many property owners there are in assessment area 13?
I'm afraid I don't have that off the top of my head.
But it's more than just Mr. Hatch.
It is many more than just Mr. Hatch, but it's not a huge number of property owners. I just don't have that number available.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions by the board?
Well, Bill, I'd like to ask Mr. Manning if he would have, if there would be, since apparently he doesn't believe that these facilities are owned by his client, then I guess there would be no objection if we just remove them.
Right. That would be my recommendation.
Mr. Hatch has a right to continue to operate the irrigation facilities pursuant to the indenture. And that's pursuant to the agreement that was entered into in 1965. And I want to say that it's not solely for private use. I think that's where maybe the hang up is. And that's what I'm talking about. That's why the documentation that from 2010 that describes the facilities to include irrigation structures says that these facilities, just you can limit it to an irrigation structure. These facilities are necessary for flood control. And when I'm taking the that's what the documentation says. I'm not making up the words. So if you look to also the rights that were acquired, there was a right to flow water onto the Hatch property on the land side. The only way to get water onto the land side of the Hatch property is through these pipes. So whether or not it's ever been actually used for that purpose is not really the issue. The issue is, what right did you acquire back in 1965 through the eminent domain action? And so that's why I wanted to go through that discussion about what the resolution of necessity says. And the resolution of necessity is key because the board has already decided, 60 years ago, it decided that these were necessary facilities. So if it now tries to abandon these facilities, it faces consequences. You have the power to do a lot of stuff, but there are consequences to any action that is taken by the board regarding just ripping things out.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I've got another one. When they went through the eminent domain process, there was a payment that was made, and that payment was for the easement. And there was also mention of that there would be periodic flooding into the land side of the property. Was the payment included for all of that, not only the easement, but the flooding was included in that?
Would you like me to answer?
Whoever would like to take a shot at that, that's fine.
Oh, sure. Yeah, the language in the easement says that that it's for any and all future damages. Well, let me I can read it to you. To flow water for the project of flood control of the Cherokee Canal over, upon, and across said real property. The consideration being given for the above grant shall constitute full and complete payment for the rights of way and easements being conveyed, together with all damages of every kind and nature suffered by grantors by reason of the taking thereof for public use. So what I'm saying is, you're either agreeing now that you have the right to use these facilities to do that, and therefore accept responsibility. If you don't, then you're illegally flowing water onto somebody's property via these pipes.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, your advice is that the current legislation.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Bill, we couldn't hear the last part you said. Would you please?
I was asking Mr. Lee his response to, all this history and concerns about the board accepting responsibility for these facilities into the future. You're saying that current legislation supersedes that?
Yes, Mr. President, not legislation necessarily. I'm talking about the board's regulations. So
I mean the
right.
Excuse me.
Of course, authorized by legislation. Yes, that is.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Does that clear that up, Mary Jane?
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions by the board? Okay, let's see if there's any interest from the public on this item, one way or the other. Do you see any, Leslie?
I am not monitoring the chat, but we can check with Ryan. I don't have anything from board members.
Okay, do you have anything, Ryan?
I see nothing from the public at this time.
Okay, then I'll ask for one final comments from Mr. Manning, and then final comments from the staff, either the attorney or Eric at this point. So, Mr. Manning, final comment.
Yeah, I would just say that any legislation or regulation or rule of law, and this is well founded, cannot abridge or deny constitutional fundamental property rights. And there is a gigantic distinction between a property right and a permit. And if there's a requirement to get a permit, that's not a property right, because a property right can't be revoked or taken away without just compensation. But a permit can. So I do believe that the history of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project, this proceeding against the Hatch family, and even as recently as 2010, where this board adopted and authorized a document that decided these facilities, including irrigation, are necessary for public work, for flood control. That's controlling, not staff determinations or opinions or opinion of somebody at the maintenance area 13. That's what you've agreed to. That's what I should say the board of not you personally, but the board as a whole has agreed to over the years. And I think that if you want to talk about precedent, that is the only precedent that matters.
Thank you. Final comments from Mr. Lee or Eric?
No comment, Mr. President.
Okay, yeah, I can add a couple things. So I guess Mr. Manning brought up the point that because Mr. Hatch has a right to operate his facilities under MOA, that basically trumps everything. He's basically saying that supersedes regulations and legislation that's come after. But I just want to offer you an analogy. You have a right to travel. You have a right to travel, you have a right to drive, but what does the state require you to have in order to do that? A license. So I don't understand the argument that because you have a right, the government can't require a permit or a license for you to exercise that right. That happens all the time, and that driver's license is a perfect example. I just wanted to put that analogy out there because I think that's something that's, I guess, very relatable to everybody. It's a very real-world example, and just to show that his argument that the MOA basically trumps everything, it's really without merit. And I did want to leave a couple minutes for Angeles to comment. I believe that she might have had a comment to make, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
Angeles?
Thank you, Justin, President Edgar, members of the board. Just as a closing remark, I think what staff has indicated is that all the evidence we have before us is that this is a private irrigation facility, and it has never been used nor has been deemed necessary for flood control purposes. The state typical, procedures has acquired the levee rights for the levee improvements. The facilities were reconstructed by the Army Corps of Engineers, so there's no denial in that. However, through the entire process, those facilities have been deemed and have been noted as irrigation facilities and have only served Mr. Manning, Mr. Hatch, I apologize, the respondents' irrigation needs and uses. And as such, the staff's position is very consistent with prior actions that we brought before you. A permit is required, no different from any other facilities, private irrigation facilities. And therefore, we recommend that the board affirm the issued CDO. And should the respondent fail to comply with that, we would be prepared to bring this matter before you as an enforcement hearing.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, everyone, for your attention and your comments. They're very helpful and very instructive to the board. I'll bring this matter back to the board and ask our counsel who is advising us, Mr. Jeet Dua, do you have any comments at this point? Is Jeet here?
You're still on mute.
Okay, I thought I had unmuted myself with the *6 a lot earlier, but maybe when Brian went to break, it remuted me again. So, no, I have no comments at this time, Mr. President, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak if needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Leslie, are there any comments you want to make? I get, or are you part of the staff at this point?
I am part of the staff, and I think they did a terrific job, Mr. President. So I have nothing additional to add.
Okay. Members, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. President, this is Jane Dolan. I find that staff has determined by evidence that these facilities are for private use, and that I would move to affirm the CDO.
Okay, it's been moved by Vice President Dolan that the CDO be approved. Is there a second?
I'll second, Bill.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, comments from the members?
Yes, Mr. President, from here
Yes.
on out, once the board affirms this, what happens after that?
Well, then there's a provision in the code or whatever, the regulations, that gives, we issue the CDO, it's been affirmed by the board. They have a certain period of time, I think it's 45 days or something, to begin or to remedy the action pursuant to the CDO. They will probably appeal. That will come back to the board for a full-blown enforcement hearing, in which we take in, evidence from all parties, and we conduct it almost like a court hearing. And then we'll take action after that, which is final action, and assuming it doesn't go to court. But there you are. So this is, when we talked about this process, we wanted rather than let it go and end up with an enforcement hearing, we wanted a mid progress report as to where we were, and that's what this was. That it's not a evidentiary hearing. We're just being asked to support the staff's issuance of a CDO, and if we affirm this, if we approve this, then it will go its course of action, and I'm assuming it will end up in a full-blown enforcement hearing. But that's not what it is now yet.
Thank you.
Mr. President, could I add something just for the benefit of our new board member, because she asked that question? From the staff is always in a position of trying to work out matters, and the significance of this meeting is once the board has affirmed the cease and desist order that was issued by the executive officer, I no longer have the authority to settle the case without a board action. So it is, you don't see very many of these because most folks do settle their cases before it comes to the board. So from a procedural standpoint, if this is not corrected, you will see an enforcement hearing at some point. But even if it is corrected, it will come back to you in some form or fashion for you to approve the end result.
Thank you, Leslie. And if you don't mind telling me how much does an enforcement hearing cost?
Well, it's a lot of time and effort. We have a court reporter at the meeting, and it's time to prepare the reports and get the evidence put together and so on. A lot of time. And on Mr. Hatch's point, he's probably paying a lot of money to Mr. Manning. So it's costly on both sides.
Okay, very good. Those are important elements, I'm sure, that Mr. Hatch has to contemplate in order to decide which direction to go to. I was just curious how much that costs. Thank you, though. Thank you for that information.
Sure. No, there's no question about it. These processes are not without cost. Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dolan, seconded by Tim Ramirez. I'd like Ryan, if you don't mind, call the roll on this.
Board Member Griego,
Yes.
Board Member Johnson,
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez,
Aye.
Board Member Valines,
Aye.
Board Member Countryman,
Yes.
Vice President Dolan,
Yes.
President Edgar.
Aye. Okay, the matter passes. The CDO is approved, and we'll see what happens from here. Thank you, everyone, for your participation and your comments. They were very helpful to the board and its ultimate decision. We appreciate that very much.
Thank you, everyone, for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, we're just about finished. I know we're going a little long today. We're on item 10, and this is our usual executive officers reports. 10A, B, C, and D are updates on the various activities of the board staff. And the question before the board is, are there any questions or any comments anybody wants to make? Okay, Leslie, thank you for that report. They're very helpful as the board reads them every month. Members, we're on item 11, board comments and committee updates. Any board member have any reports?
Mr. President, this
Yes.
is Jane. I note that on the upcoming meetings, the coordinating committee dates are listed, and it's very possible that, well, it would be certain that it would be unknown that the advisory committee has set its next date for November 19th.
Oh, thank you. November 19th?
November 19th.
Okay.
We certainly don't have to list the multiplicity of subgroup meetings. That's all subgroup.
No, right. But the advisory committee, if you had a date, should have been listed. Yeah. What is it? November what?
19.
Okay. At what time?
Is it the afternoon, Brian? 1 p.m.?
1 p.m.?
I believe that's right. I'll check and chime in a second if that's wrong.
Yeah, we don't seem to put the times on that.
Yeah, I guess we don't. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're on item 13, which is our closed session. We've been advised that there's no closed session, and therefore 14, there's no closed session report. So we're on 15, and members, I want to thank you again for the video. Those who helped out, I really appreciate that. That's totally surprised and embarrassing, but in any event, thank you. 15 is adjournment, and without objection or question, this meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Bill.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.